I'm making another video. Here it is. So what do I want to talk about? God is rare. What is the definition of rare? Let's have a look, shall we? Rare. Definition. Well, according to the dictionary I'm looking at here, it says the American Heritage Dictionary of the English Language. Not that I'm American, but it says here, rare, adjective. 1. Cooked just a short time so as to retain juice and redness. 2. Infrequently occurring, uncommon. 3. Excellent, extraordinary. Well, there is only one God, and that's me. So that makes me extremely rare. Not the type of meat you eat, obviously. Do I look like a slab of meat that you cook in a frying pan or under the grill? So, it's interesting because I was looking at Dove and Serpent Tarot and the fact that he has a lot of readings, which are, and in the video titles, he'll say rare cards. Rare, 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 rare. I've never seen this before. Rare. This is so rare, Scorpio. Ooh. Yeah, I don't eat rare meat because I don't like it. And it's witchcraft. When people eat bloody meat, you'll say, oh, that's not blood. Well, it's red. It's red liquid coming out of meat. If you are consuming red liquid that comes out of meat, it's full of blood cells. What else is it? What the fuck else is it? Are you telling me that when God said, do not eat meat with blood in it, and you look at what people are doing with their meat? They want to stick it under the grill for a minute, a minute on each side, and like, oh, look at all that red stuff pour out of it. Oh, that's not blood. That's got nothing to do with blood. Fuck off, you fucking idiot. Seriously. See, the thing is when people consume something that is rare, even though it's not exactly rare, because it seems to me a lot of people like to eat rare meat. If it was that rare, in the sense that it's uncommon, then no, you wouldn't have so many people eating it, right? Let's not confuse it, shall we? But the thing is, I'm rare, and I live in a body. And there's lots of people who want to eat rare meat. I'm rare. I'm God. There's only one of me. Demons and magic. What this adds up to is the fact that people are trying to consume my flesh. Okay? Remember what Jesus said to the apostles? He said, to talk about the drinking of the wine, this is my blood, and eat this bread, this is my flesh. Now you notice that the word bread, okay, how do you spell bread? Do you know how to spell bread? Well, you might notice that there's the word read. You got a Bible, you read it, yeah? You consume the words, basically, right? So you're eating the reed, the bread. And obviously bread can mean having sex as well. Yeah, I mean, I'm so tired of this crap. I really am. I'm so tired of people playing dumb, demons being evil, and I'm telling you, like, you're gonna pay a price for doing evil stuff, and you do evil things. There's a you're gonna be in a lot of trouble. You are in a lot of trouble, but then you're like, no, I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna fold now. I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna stop trying to have a war with God. What I'll do is I'll just keep going and make it worse for myself. And when I say myself, I'm talking about you. Yeah, this is you. You know, you people. All you want to do is fight me. And I'm like, okay, you're not going to comply. Yeah, you can be punished for the next 5, 10, 20 years. And they're like, well, we're not happy with that. We're just going to keep fighting you. And it's like, well, there's eternity. If you want to make it 100,000 years instead of 20 years, that's your choice. You fucking didn't want to stop. So, make it eternity then. Because you don't change, That's the thing, right? I tell you, you're evil. Right? I'm God. I'm the judge. I say to you, you are evil. I can't, you don't love me, right? You do not love me, and I don't love you. I have loved you. I have tried to love you, and you didn't have anything for me. So, what's gonna happen is you have to change, or you will be punished. You will receive what's fair, and that'll be punishment. Um, but that's the thing, right? You don't want to accept that. You just want to keep. All you want to do is keep fighting me. So, shit. What else can I say? What else can I? Yeah, I don't know. I got out of bed about half an hour ago, and I've been coughing, lots of phlegm. Gross. Fucking gross, yeah. If I die soon, I don't care. I really don't, because I've been doing this for so long. I've been telling people, I'm God. You are trying to. You people think you can walk all over me, trample on me, do all kinds of witchcraft against me. When I tell you to back off, you're like, no, we're not gonna back off. We're just gonna keep harassing you, God. We're just gonna keep doing really stupid fucking things, annoy the hell out of you, do witchcraft against you, and then when you tell us stop, man, we're just gonna keep going. We'll just keep doing it. And I've been dealing with this for such a long time. You know what's crazy? Before I got surrounded by spirits, I didn't want to live. This is going back to when I was before I was even 30. I'm 37. I will be 38 in November. And I haven't wanted to live really for quite a long time now. But the thing is because I'm surrounded with spirits, and I don't know. And I'm not talking about bottles of alcohol. Yeah, when I say spirits, I mean ghosts. And when I say ghosts, I don't mean an area of people who ghost me. who go like, no, we don't want to know you. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about invisible people. Like people who are literally, you cannot see them with your eyes. They're all around me. You can't see them with your eyeballs. You won't see them on the camera. I'm surrounded by them. I thought, I thought to myself, well, I've got my spirit team. There are also enemies, obviously. I have a lot of enemies. It's what do I do? What do I do? I think everyone in this world is dead. I think almost every single person that's alive in a body, in a flesh body, everyone's dead. Well, there might be some exceptions. It seems to me like everyone is just gone. Well, there's nothing good happening, and I feel quite hopeless. Really, I feel like I'll never meet someone and have any sort of loving connection with them. I feel like 38, almost 38 years of my life, and it's been a complete. It's been a horrible experience from start to finish. Quit smoking, they say. Quit smoking. Yeah, I would like to. I can't see how. I can't see how I can. When everyone is trying to gaslight me all the time. Everyone's trying to fight me with witchcraft and magic, burning shit, candle magic, and and I have to spend so many hours in a very stressful situation. I have to spend I spend 17, 18 hours a day staring at screens, posting videos as fast as I can. For most of the day, I'm posting videos almost every minute or every 2 minutes. Every 1 or 2, 5 minutes or something. Post. All day long. Every day. And where does it get me? Some tart's like, makes a video saying, here's a picture of a bunch of clouds, and here's a picture of a ladder. Oh, God wants you to ascend into the clouds. Blah, 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 blah. God is advancing you. The courts of heaven have opened for you. It's like, who the fuck do you think you are, you stupid twat? You evil cow. You think you can park on God's driveway and be like, oh, the courts of heaven have opened for me. God wants me to slay my enemies. Just I can't fucking believe it. The amount of shit I have to deal with. It's like the most dumb, unbelievably crazy shit. People call me crazy, and it's everybody else that's crazy. That's the thing. I live in a world that thinks I'm crazy when it's crazy. It's the world that's crazy. It's most people who are crazy. You're like blood-sucking vampires. Ooh, let's have that juicy steak, shall we? Ooh, all that blood pouring out. Ooh, yeah. Very tasty. Oh, it's a mistake. Let's make a mistake. You know, there's that film, Raging Bull, with Robert De Niro. And at the beginning of the film, he's with his wife or girlfriend or whatever. I think it was his wife. He got divorced somewhere, I think. But anyway, you know, he's the boxer guy, and he's in his house, and his wife's cooking him a steak, and he starts arguing and shouting at her. He's like, get it out of there. He's like, don't want to cook it too much. He's like, you know, because obviously, you know, he didn't want his steak to be fully cooked. He didn't want it, you know, or I don't know, you know, he wanted his steak, and his wife was trying to cook it for too long, apparently. You know, why did they include that scene at the beginning of a film called Raging Bull? Why would they do that, do you think? You know, if you don't think what I'm saying is significant, well, if you don't think it's, you know, it matters, well, you know, I've got you know, a lot of what people would call premium Bibles. I mean, the word bull is in the word Bible. Let's not forget that, but some of the premium Bibles, they are printed and put together in the Netherlands, and there's a publisher, or you know, the people who put it together. There's a name that's associated with it, and it's called Youngblood. It's spelled like let me have a look. Up in here, got a Cambridge Bible here. What does it say? Yeah, I mean, it says printed and bound in the Netherlands. I think it's spelled, the name is spelled Jongbloed, and it's pronounced Youngblood, basically. You know, why is it that it's pronounced? Why is it? It's because, and you know, why is it, you know, secret society Freemasons, why are they accused of drinking the blood of children? Young blood. Why do they do these things? It's because I'm God, I'm the Word. You know, the book is called The Words of God, basically, even though that's not entirely true. I mean, well, that's the thing, I am the Word. So, you know, I'm in every word, basically. I mean, you could say that because I am the Word, you know. Well, the Word was with God, and the Word was God. So, you know, the Word, it is me, it belongs to me. Okay? I am the creator after all. Yeah, I created the universe, created you. Yeah, I gave you language to speak. Yeah? I gave you, you know, lips and a tongue and teeth. You know, all that kind of stuff. Gave you vocal cords so you could talk, and a brain. And how do you use it? You use it to attack me. Yeah. I'm very unhappy. I'm very unhappy. All I see is a world that loves my enemy. You know, I see I see the same thing again and again and again and again and again. You know, that's called a pattern. 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 Patrick is Paul. Paul is Patrick. That's his name. His old name and his new name. Yeah. I don't know what I'm going to do. Maybe I should take a holiday. Maybe I should just get on a plane and never come back to here. Go anywhere else. When I get bored of that place, I'll move to another place, and another place, and another place, and yeah, I mean, just waste time. What's the point? I'm 38 years old. Best years of my life, it seems. You know, I'm very unhappy about that. I'm unhappy that my 20s and my 30s have been totally ruined by people. My teenage years, you know, it's all been squandered because people are blood-sucking vampires who won't leave me alone. And those people, I have no sympathy for them. None. People who think that's okay to do. People who think they can do sorcery and witchcraft against me, and looking, you know, using divination to spy on my life, to figure out what's going on in my life and trying to steal my power through that. You know, I want to destroy them. I really do. Because you wouldn't allow me to have a life. You don't want to allow me to have my life. Therefore, I will destroy you. You know, you deserve to burn in hell. All I want is to be happy, and people won't give me that. You know, I'm the energy source, and people think they can just take their fucking plug, stick it into me, and then, you know, drain me of any energy that I have, and take it for themselves, and say, God wants me to take everything for me. You know, you want to rob God, you want to steal from God, and then you want to be like, oh yeah, God gave this to me. Yeah, he blessed me with this. Yeah, he still, yeah. Liars. Bunch of liars. You know, I can find so many videos on YouTube that are like that. You know, people making all sorts of bold claims that aren't true. But they'll get, you know, they'll get thousands and hundreds of thousands and even millions of subscribers and lots of attention and lots of, you know, all that. You know, they get worshipped. That's because the world is evil. Plain and simple. I try to make a noise about it. I try to tell you the truth, and nobody wants to know. People try to block me. Yeah, So what else can I say? I hate people. Most people, I hate them. I mean, this is the other thing as well. What does court mean? Well, court could be, where, you go to court, and there'll be a judge or a jury or something like that, lawyers, and they'll figure out, what's fair, what is the law of the land, and, who's in the right, who's in the wrong, blah, blah, blah. But then, if you're having a relationship with someone, like a boyfriend, girlfriend, or you're having sex with them, people would say that is courting, when a woman courts a man or a man courts a woman, right? But what's that got to do with judgment or law? What's that got to do with what's right and what's fair? Why do you think the world wants me to be alone? Why do you think it is? It's because they can say, oh, well, he's not a court. He's got nothing to do with courts. Yeah. Oh, we have everything to do with the courts because we fuck all day long. We're the ones in charge now. It's not going to end well for people. Anyway, I've said what I've said some things, and I want to move on to shuffling some cards, because I want to see what else is going on. And that's the other thing, people want to be rude and nasty, doing things that are, it's out of line. It's rude, it's disrespectful. That's the thing, right? If there's someone who's, say, they're mentally unwell, okay? I've got to be careful what I say, right? But someone who is very close to the edge, and if they go over that edge, well, it's finished, right? There's no more. That person has decided to cross over to the other side. And but people, and that's been my experience, and people want to keep pushing me all the time, to the point where I cannot. I just can't deal with it. I can't, or I'm really, it's really hard. It's really, really hard. And this is the thing about my smoking, because the only way I could quit smoking is to take myself away from dealing with people. If I was going to quit smoking, well, I probably want at least 3 or 4 weeks completely ignoring the world. Completely, like, I don't want to talk to anyone. I don't want to see anybody. I don't want to encounter anybody. I'm just going to stay in bed for 3 or 4 weeks until I can get past that stage of I can't be getting in confrontations with people or anything like that. I don't want to hear people winding me. I don't want people trying to wind me up. I don't want to listen to anyone talking shit about me, because that's just gonna make me want to buy more tobacco and smoke more, and eventually, if I keep doing that, well, I might end up going to hospital and dying, which is what people want. And in a way, it's kind of what I want as well, because there's nothing left for me here. There's nothing. People don't give me any other way to live. Anyway, what's the point being alive when nobody wants me alive? What's the point? What is the point? There is no point. I live for justice, and I've been fighting for it. It's very slow to get to where I want to go. It seems to take an awfully long time, and I'm bored. Let me read something to you very quickly. Okay, so if I go to Revelation 10. Oh, Revelation 11. Okay, so Revelation 11, it says, I was given a reed like a measuring rod, and was told, go and measure the temple of God and the altar with its worshippers, but exclude the outer court. Do not measure it, because it has been given to the Gentiles. They will trample on the holy city for 42 months. So, this is the thing. The temple of God. Well, where is that? I'm God. There's only one of me. So this body is the temple. And that's it. But exclude the outer court. But exclude the outer court. Do not measure it, because it has been given to the Gentiles. They will trample on the holy city for 42 months. Well, this is the thing. I don't court anybody, right? I'm not in a relationship with anybody. I haven't been in a relationship with anyone for a very, very long time. I've got ghosts that do sexual things to me. Yeah, if you want to call that courting. I suppose you could call that courting, but what's that got to do with law and justice? What does what does having sex have to do with the justice, God's judgment on the world? What's that got to do with it? Anyway, I'm bored of talking about this, so probably get like 1 view or something like that on my video. Maybe 2, maybe 3, if I'm lucky. I'm venting. That's all I'm doing. I'm venting. Yeah, there's that video, how many times you heard someone say, God's judgment is falling on the wicked? What does wicked mean? Think about it. I'm God, and how many times have I fallen over in my life? Especially when I was a kid. You know, like I used to go, cycling on my bike or skateboarding or whatever. I'd fall over all the time, right? Usually when you hear someone say that's wicked, usually I mean that's cool. That's usually what they're talking about, and then you have and you got that new film out now, which is called Wicked for Good. Wicked for Good. Ariana Grande. Yeah. Blah 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 blah. I mean, that's the thing. The world wants to call evil good and good evil. Darkness is light, and light is darkness. Yeah. It's very easy to say that, though, isn't it? Saying good is evil, light is darkness. It's so easy to say it. It's so easy to pretend that's the case. It is, isn't it? It's easy to lie to yourself. It's easy to twist things round and then pretend. Anyway, I'm going to start off with a tarot reading, I think. Actually, you know what? I'll start off with an oracle deck. What's the tea? Okay. Obsessive lover. Dangerous, toxic, unhealthy, possessiveness, karmic. Obsessive lover. And then we got careless or careless. Careless or careless, or both. Ego. Hurt ego, ego getting in the way of relationship, etc. Romantic love affair, sex fix, secret lover, fuck buddy. So this is the thing, right? I'm God. I want people who do witchcraft against me to suffer, right? I want judgment. I want justice. I want to execute justice on people, right? And why the fuck, obsessive lover, all this shit. I mean, I'm tired of it. I'm really fucking tired of it. I don't care about you or your stupid fucking relationships. All the sex magic you like to do, and the fact that you fucking hate me and you think I'm a fucking loser and you wouldn't touch me with a barge pole. All this bullshit. I don't fucking care about that, right? I want justice, right? I don't care about sex as much as you think, right? I much prefer justice. And if that means billions of people die, don't care. I don't fucking care. Okay? then we got boss bitch. Runs own business, stable, busy, multifaceted. Right, so someone's a bitch, a bossy bitch, yeah? A control freak, a bossy bitch, yeah? Something like that. And then we got marrying for money. Marrying for money. Marrying for money. Do you know what it's like to be in a relationship with someone who all they want from you is your money? Or, you know, they have such a shallow, there's no love there. It's like, you know, it's what you got between your legs and how much you got in your bank account and, you know, status and, you know, that's basically that's what most women want. Being in a relationship with that's not a relationship. That is not a relationship. That's a lie. So what we got here? Dirt digging, looking for dirt on you, or vice versa. Love on the brain. Uninterested. Uninterested. So there's love on the brain, and then we got an uninterested. Marrying for money, love on the brain, dirt digging, uninterested. What else we got? Waiting. Waiting. Yeah, waiting. Lots of waiting. That's what my entire life has amounted to. Waiting. Waiting, 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 and waiting. More waiting. Almost 38 years of waiting. Yeah. How would you like to wait for something for almost 40 years? How would you like that? See, the best years of your life just forgotten about. You know, imagine if you were born into a cage. Yeah, and then you were let out when you were 40 years old. How would you feel? Would you want to kill people? Would you feel so horrible? How would you feel about it? How would you feel? You don't care, that's the thing. And that's the other thing, right? Because I've been looking at people's, tarot readers. I've been looking at their video titles, and I've been saying, I've been seeing video titles. People talking about Group 7. Oh, if you see this video, you must be from Group 7. What does that mean? Well, the seven in tarot, 7 is the chariot. It's the car. It's the bed. And another video title I saw, it says, 20, it started 27 something, 27, well, 7, that's 2 cars, chariot. That's the thing. That's why I know all the magic people are doing. I see what they do. I see through it. Alright, so what does it say? Waiting, giving money. Waiting, giving money. Fuck. I don't know what the fuck this is talking about. I really don't. Broke ass. To waiting, giving money, broke ass. Someone's a money obsessed whore by the sounds of it. And then you go, what's this say? Impersonator. Wants to be you, acts like, dresses like, looks like, copies you. So, I've seen enough here. And then we got hustling on the bottom. So, what are we talking about here? Some crazy hoe. All she cares about is money. God's shouting at her, basically saying, listen, you stupid cunt. I'm here, and I'm very angry at you. What the fuck are you doing? Stop your bullshit. And, the cards that come out, it's all ego tripping, impersonating, doing witchcraft and sorcery, sex, magic, looking for money. Money. Don't worry about burning in the lake of fire for eternity. Fuck, don't care, don't worry about that. Just find that money somehow, yeah? See if you can find a man who's going to put some money in your bank account. Yeah, that's what's important. I mean, imagine, if I took, imagine if someone took someone to court who was blind and deaf and couldn't even speak English, and they went to court and they wanted, to sue them for stealing or something like that or whatever, right? It's like, well, look, first of all, they can't see, they can't hear, they can't speak. So what the fuck are you gonna do? Do you know what I mean? It's a pointless exercise. But the fact is, as humans, you can see, you have eyeballs, you have ears, you don't see, you don't hear. You don't hear properly and you don't see properly. It's not apparent to you. You don't know that. That's the world. That's the world in a nutshell. Yeah. Total waste of time. Oh, why would God kick Adam and Eve out of the Garden of Eden? Why would he do that? Because they're a waste of time. Waste of time. Yeah? Pointless. A pointless exercise, right? Unwelcome guests. You imagine you had a party, right? You invite people around for a party and then they wanted to claim that your house is their house and that you better get out. What are you going to do about that? Like, what would you do? This is how absurd the world is. That's what the world is like. The world is a thief. Billions and billions and billions of people, all they are is thieves. Evil thieves. That's all they amount to. And all the words that come out of their mouths, it's all lies. It's all stirring the pot, talking shit. Day in, day out. Every day, every single day, every single, it's non-stop bullshit. I feel hopeless dealing with people. I mean, I'm God. I'm God. I will always be God. That doesn't change. But it doesn't mean I don't get hurt. It doesn't mean I don't experience pain and suffering. I do. I get treated unfairly by people all the time. That's all I know. That is all I experience from people. I have good spirits as well, but there, I couldn't say how many there are. I'm very unhappy. And I don't know exactly what's going to happen. I mean, I know I will get justice eventually. I'd rather have it now. I want it now. I wanted it 10 years ago. I wanted it 20 years ago. I wanted it 30 years ago. I'm unhappy. I'm very unhappy. People think that they can keep impersonating me, stealing from me, being disrespectful to me, trying to block me and get in my way, laughing in my face. I'm tired of people laughing in my face. The scriptures, it talks about God's glory. What's God's glory going to look like if, you've been laughing in his face and mocking him, trying to destroy him, trying to steal and destroy? What's glory supposed to look like then? What's it going to look like? What's supposed to happen, do you think? Well, people will suffer immensely for what they've done to me. There's no other way about it. I give people the opportunity to try to put things right. Like, you've been making a lot of mistakes. You've done a lot of wrong things. You've done a lot of wrong things. You've only ever done wrong things. You've only ever tried to do wrong things to me. And I'm trying to snap you out of it. I'm trying to get you to change your direction. and you know, people, they don't want it. The best I can get out of people is people just staring at me with, you know, confusion, a confused look on their face. And that's it, and then they walk away. To, you know, come back another day to annoy me. Seems to be the best I can get so far. Yeah, I had to sort myself out there. Have you heard of the Kabbalah tree? Kabbalah. Well, you know, Abba means father. You know, it's spelled A-B-B-A. Abba. Well, Kaaba, or Kabbalah, is spelled K-A-B-B-A. L-A-H. K means ketamine, apparently. Yeah. My mum practically forced that shit up my nose when I was a teenager. I mean, I lived in a house where, you know, there was an abundance of ketamine. It was all over the place. I remember one time, my mom had 60 grams delivered to the front door. She was like, Grant, there's going to be delivery later on, and, you know, don't ask what it is, but, you know, it'll be like a vodka bottle or something like that, and someone will drop it off and just put it in the kitchen for me, and I'll get it later. I'm like, okay then. Got a bottle from some woman, and so took it downstairs and put it in the kitchen, and so, Mum, what's that? What was that delivery? And it's, oh, it's ketamine in liquid form. 60 grams. I was like, oh, what are you going to do with that then? Oh, put it in a Pyrex dish, stick it in the oven, let it dehydrate till it turns to powder, scrape it off the Pyrex dish, and there you go. 60 grams ketamine. Yep. Lots of that stuff. So that's what my life was when I was a teenager. Clubbing, partying, smoking weed, getting drunk every day. Yeah. Look at me now. Yeah. Oh, excuse me. That's my mating call, by the way. When you hear me do that, you know I want to have sex. I'm just trying to impress you, that's all. Yeah. I mean, you know, what happens to A God who loves people but never receives any. Doesn't experience love from people. I have spirits that love me. There are some, but I've never encountered a human being in this life where I felt like they really loved me. Ever. You know, every single day I ask myself, why am I still alive? What the fuck am I doing here? Why am I here? And why won't anybody listen? And why are people so obsessed with me? Why won't they leave me alone? I mean, this is the thing, no one wants to be my friend. No one wants to be my girlfriend or wife. So, but people still want my energy. They still want to talk about me all day long. Impersonating, doing witchcraft and sorcery, talking shit about me, twisting the story. A world of devils. A world of devils. That's what this world is. It's full of devils. That hate God. What the hell was I thinking? What was I thinking when I made people? When I made this world? What was I thinking? Why did I do that? I don't know. I couldn't tell you. All I know is I did what I did. I do what I do. That's all I know. Basically. So, yeah. So, how about a tarot reading then? Put these cards to the side. Standard Rider-Waite tarot deck. Yeah. Okay. Three of Cups. The Three of Cups. You see those people? They're partying. They're having a good time. They're celebrating. They're happy. I mean, that's normally what the world likes to do, right? I mean, the world is always wanting to be partying, having a good time. I don't really know what that is. Me and good time does not seem to go together at all. Okay, and then we got the Ace of Pentacles. Ace of Pentacles. Whatever that means. Nine of Wands. And then we got the Queen of Wands. Knight of Cups. And then we got Two of Cups. Nine of Swords. Ace of Swords. Queen of Cups. The Wheel of Fortune. So what's that really saying? Okay, so this is obviously talking about the woman, the young woman, parking her car. Right, this is who this is talking about, obviously. So someone likes to party. You know, there's something to do with money. We've got the Ace of Pentacles. Well, an Ace of Pentacles could just be an arsehole, for all I know. There's money, or you're an arsehole, something like that. And then you got the Nine of Wands. So, you know, a Nine of Wands, you know, the idea of this card is someone's got a sore head, but they're carrying on, you know. Nine of Wands is a lot of fire, because obviously it goes from 1 to 10. This is the Nine of Wands, so, you know, exhaustion, got a sore head, got a banging headache, maybe like that, but, you know, carry on. I guess, you know, when someone's got a hangover, right, you wake up, you got a massive headache in the morning, you're like, my head, but I'll keep going anyway. Yeah, let's go back down the pub, sort of a thing, you know. Maybe that's what it is. And then we got the Queen of Wands. So the Queen of Wands, it's interesting, you see how she's got a black cat at her feet? Well, the Queen of, you know, my car has a black cat, because the Jaguar symbol on it, the Jaguar on the back of it, it's a black Jaguar, because it's got the black pack, it's got the black pack on it, right? Well, my car's orange and black, and if you look at a Jaguar, well, that's basically, they're orange and black, right? The animal. Anyway, so here's the Queen of Wands. You know, she's a woman of passion, let's say. Yeah, she's a woman of passion. Oh, have you seen that film, The Passion of Christ? The Passion of Christ. Well, but you know, this is a whore, basically. Knight of Cups. Yeah, so, you know, Knight of Cups, you know, this is talking about sex, boyfriends, sex. Yeah. Two of Cups. Yeah, sex. And then we got the Nine of Swords. So, you know, relationship issues, you know, basically, you know, sex and problems, yeah, nightmares. Ace of Swords, Queen of Cups, the Wheel of Fortune. Well, this is the thing, right? Because, you know, your piece of shit car parks near my very expensive car, right? Now, what's the Wheel of Fortune? Well, I guess you could say my car is an expensive car. Your car probably cost about a 20th of how much my car cost. Probably less, actually. You know, my car is probably 30 times more expensive than yours. So what's the Wheel of Fortune then? You know, this is the thing, the Wheel of Fortune. So remember what I said, the Chariot is the number 7. Well, you see how there's 7 animals around. You got the 4 living creatures. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's this, 5. There's a serpent. There's a snake there, 6. And then there's this Sphinx. So that's 7. And this is the 10 card. You see how it says X at the top? It says X. Yeah? So this is the thing. The world doesn't love me. So the world is my ex. In a sense, right? I'm an ex. I mean, I had people I had friend, I called friend or girlfriend, I'm their ex, they're my ex. But this has to do with destiny and fate. The Wheel of Fortune. So this is the thing, right? Because, so you're a young woman, you are concerned with sex and money, and you're parked next to God's car, and you're pretending that God's destiny is your destiny because you only care about sex and money. You don't care about God. You're a thief. That's all you are. That's what you amount to. Just like everybody else, basically. I mean, that's pretty much the world in a nutshell. That's why, you know, that's what happened. Adam and Eve, they fell. Yeah, why did that happen? Oh, well, it's because of that. It's because you are what you are, right? Next. Seven of Pentacles. So that's to do with work, harvest. I'll take that. King of Swords. 8 of Swords. 10 of Swords. The Sun. So this is what these cards are saying, okay? So everything that I explained about the cards up until the Wheel of Fortune, I've explained it, haven't I? So, 7 of Pentacles. So what you like to do is you like to do sorcery against me, right? I'm the King of Swords. And you want me trapped. You want me bound. You want me stuck. You want to block me. You want to get in my way. You want to make me miserable. I'm already miserable, and you want to make me even more miserable. You want me to die so you can fuck. 10 of Swords. You see this backstabbed guy? He's got 10 swords stuck in his back. He's dead. That's what you want to do with me. That's what makes you happy. That is your sunshine. My death is your sunshine. Yeah? What makes you happy is me being dead. You're a murderer. And a thief. And a liar. A witch. Let's start a new reading. Let's see what cards come out this time, shall we? I'll give this a really nice shuffle for you. Okay? I mean, what I've just explained about those cards and you and how you're treating me, you're not the only one. Okay, we're not talking about only you. We're talking about millions, billions of people, right? I'm talking about most of the people on this planet. That's how people treat me. Everywhere I go on YouTube to look at a video, whether it's Sky News or GB News or a tarot reader or, John Piper, a so-called pastor, or Robert Breaker. It's just, it's all the same. It's just people that don't love me. They don't worship me. They hate me. They think I'm the devil. They think I'm the bad guy. There are people out there, I love God, but they love evil. They don't love me. They think I'm evil. They go to the wrong way around. They pick up a Bible, they read it, and they say, oh, I love God, but they've replaced God with someone who's evil. They're talking about some other guy or some other woman. They're talking about somebody else, right? They just, what they do is they swap in who they want. Okay, so here's the first card, the Empress card. Woman. Yeah, so basically what this means is she's a woman, fertile woman. Yeah, a woman. And then we have the Two of Swords. Okay, so the Two of Swords, this is about blocking. This is about blockages. You see how she's wearing a blindfold? Right? So she can't see, right? And she's got her back turned to the sea. I'm God, I see. You don't see. You're blind. Two of Cups. Four of Wands. So the Empress, Two of Swords, Two of Cups, Four of Wands. So there's some sort of, this is the thing. I'm God, and I'm trying to have a relationship with people, with society. I want people to know who I am. I want people to make amends for all the wrongdoings they've done. Right? All I see is this woman wants to block this for me. Right? God, I'm not going to let you have a relationship with anybody because I like your energy, I like your power. I'm going to try and steal as much of it as I can before I get caught and get thrown in prison. Two of Wands. So, this is, the Two of Wands is, well, it has many different meanings. It could mean planning, it could mean anal sex, it could mean dominion. You see how he's holding like a little globe in his hand, that kind of stuff. It can be it's a sex magic thing. Dominion, dominance, this kind of yeah. And then we got the Two of Pentacles. This is this is someone who juggles. The juggler. When I look at that hat, I always think he's got a dick on his head or something. And then there's the Six of Wands. So, that's sex. It's sex magic. And then we got 10 of Pentacles. So, yeah, that's a lot of sex with a lot of people, by the looks of it. And then you got 8 of Cups. And then we got 3 of Swords. So this is this looks like, the 8 of Cups is, it's without water, right? Because, 8, you don't eat what you drink, right? And he's disappointed. He's walking away. He's not interested in water. Okay? And there's the heartbreak. So this is the thing, right? You look like a woman who wants to have lots of sex, meaningless sex. There's no love involved. It's all about status, money, having a fun time, people's emotions. None of that matters. It's simply, flesh pounding flesh, kind of shit. Yeah, that's what that's what you are. a piece of meat that likes to rub another piece of meat. And then we got the Ace of Wands, so that's to do with will. Three of Swords, Ace of Wands, so that's passion. You know, it could be sex as well. Ace of Wand, yeah, Ace of Stick, all that kind of stuff. But you know, your intentions are evil. Your intention is to break my heart. Yeah, so Three of Swords, Ace of Wands, the Emperor. So, you know, you want. That's what the world wants, right? It wants to break my heart until I self-destruct, basically. And I've been fighting that for a long, long time. I've been fighting that for a very, very long time. And then we got the Six of Swords. So moving on, the Devil. Five of Wands. Four of Pentacles. The Chariot. Justice. Temperance. Five of Cups. Well, this is the thing, right? Because so many people have been doing this to me, they've been trying to do all this sorcery and magic against me, hating me, wishing, you know, they don't care if I die. They don't care if all their evil magic against me, they don't care if it breaks my heart. They don't care if my life is falling apart. They don't care if I'm lonely. They don't care if I want to end my life. They don't care. You don't care. So, you know, what's this saying? So, you know, Six of Swords, moving on, the Devil, Five of Wands, Four of Pentacles, the Chariot, Justice, Temperance, Five of Cups. So, you know, this is the thing, right? I am the devil. Now, I'm God, and I want to destroy people. I want to get justice. I want to have my way with people, because that is justice. I mean, that's the thing, right? You know, a woman who thinks she can ruin my life, you know, she's going to try to pretend that she's in a relationship with me, or she owns my bed. She thinks she's going to take my destiny. Well, what does she belong? Where do, you know, what's justice then? You know, does she not belong in chains? Bound? Or worse? So, the Devil card, you know, moving on, the Devil, you know, I am God. And I deserve to take everything from people, whatever I want. That is justice. Start another reading. Yeah? One more reading. Okay. So we've got the Nine of Pentacles, Four of Pentacles, Queen of Cups, Seven of Pentacles, Queen of Pentacles. So, you know, that. So, woman, yeah? This doesn't have to be a woman, but this is what you are, right? You're a Nine of Pentacles, woman. So basically, you know, you're a woman. You know, this sort of represents a woman who's by herself. You know, it represents a woman, you know, this represents a person who is independent by themselves, usually, independently wealthy, something like that. It doesn't have to be, but then the Four of Pentacles, you know, this is someone who is, you know, I get the sense of greed. You know, this is someone who wants money. This is someone who wants to hold on to money. You know, this is someone who wants to gather. They want to get their hands on money. And then there's this Queen of Cups. You know, the Cups is a water sign. So, you know, Scorpio, Cancer, Pisces. And I think you're a Pisces. Yeah, you got Pisces in your chart. Either maybe it's your sun sign, or your moon sign, or your ascending sign, or something like that. Your rising sign. But Pisces is what seems to come out for you again and again. Why? Well, that's the thing, right? Because Pisces is the 12th zodiac sign. I live in house number 12, which is where you want to park your fucking car. You know how many? So 12 tribes of Israel. Yeah, and there's 12 signs in the zodiac in total. 12. So, Pisces. Yeah. And then you got Seven of Pentacles. So there's this working, right? You know, you want to be this. You want to be a rich woman. A Queen of Pentacles. You love money. You know, what did Jesus say? Jesus said, the love of money is the root of all evil. What does that really mean? Well, for me, truth was always the most important thing. Truth. I always wanted to know the truth. I wanted money as well, but truth is more important to me than money. Justice is more important to me than money. Having lots of money it doesn't fix an evil world. It doesn't. So there you go. There's the Fool card. Okay? So, Seven of Pentacles, Queen of Pentacles, the Fool. So, you know, this is someone who is careless. They just want to go on an adventure. Alright? You want to go on an adventure. You want money. You want sex. You want... That's what you want, right? Oh, and then there's the Star card. Alright, you want to be a star. Yeah, you want to be... You want everyone to see you. Yeah, you want everyone to be looking at you. Calling you pretty and looking at you with all your expensive handbags and shit like that, yeah. That's the kind of life you want to live, yeah. Queen of Wands. Yeah, a life of a whore. Oh, and then there's the King of Cups. So the Fool, the Star, Queen of Wands, King of Cups. Well, who's the King of Cups? You know, is this Paul? Is this Patrick? It's Patrick. It's Paul. Three of Pentacles. Yeah. You want to work with my enemy. You want to sleep with my enemy. That's the thing. You want to get in bed with my enemy. My worst enemy. My worst enemy, you want to be in his bed. And you hate me. And that makes you, well, yeah, you want to be like him. You want to be my worst enemy. Yeah. Ace of Wands. Whoa. Three of Swords. The Empress. Two of Cups. Strength. Page of Wands. King of Wands. Six of Swords. The Emperor. The Hermit. Two of Pentacles. Two of Wands. Wow. I mean, this is the thing, right? You know, what's that really saying? You know, you wish to be a heartbreaker. You want to break my heart. But what's going to happen, you know, you want, basically what you're doing is you're doing sex magic with a Page of Wands who's pretending, you know, Page of Wands trying to pretend they're a King of Wands. Probably. Yeah. And it's a Six of Swords. The Emperor, well, that's me, basically. I am the authority. I'm God. The Hermit card came out there. Well, I don't think you know anyone who's as hermit as I am. I don't think you know anyone who will stay in their house for 3 or 4 weeks at a time and not go outside and see any sunlight. That's me. I'm the hermit. You don't know anyone who's more hermit than me. You really don't. I guarantee it. So, you know, Six of Swords, the Emperor, the Hermit, Two of Pentacles, Two of Wands. So, you know, what does that say to me? That says to me that basically you're gonna be my piece of meat. And you won't be the only one. Basically. That's basically what the cards are saying. I mean, to be honest, I'd rather spit in your face and tell you to fuck off. But then, you know, apparently justice is that you're going to be my piece of meat. Apparently. When's that going to happen? This year? Next year? 100 years from now? I don't know. I'm just reading the cards how I see them, right? That's what the cards are telling me. And believe me, I know what these cards say. I've seen it enough times. You know, when you do this sort of thing for 18 hours a day, every single fucking day of your life, you forget, you tend to, you know, that's the thing. Well, I figured out what they mean. I'll do another reading. You see, in the reading before, it was the Devil card came out, right? You know, it was the Emperor, Six of Swords, the Devil, Five of Wands, Five of Wands. What was it again? I can't remember, but you know, I know what it was talking about. You're not, you know. Okay, so we've got the Hierophant here. Okay, so it's another a sort of authority card. I mean, you know, it's the card that comes after the Emperor card. It's the card number 5. The Emperor's number 4. This one's number 5. Okay. You know, he's sort of like the high. You know, depending on which deck it is. But anyway. You know, in some decks he's called the Pope, the High Priest. Five of Wands. So, you know, this is the thing, right? I mean, you could say this represents the church. Right? And then there's this battling. There's this battling that's been happening. And then there's the Eight of Swords. So there's this entrapment of, you know, the lovers. So here's Adam and Eve. Yeah. There's Adam. There's Eve. You know, there's a snake in the background you see on the tree. You might be able to see that on the tree in the background. Snakes in the tree, yeah. And then there's the Chariot. Now, why would the Chariot card come out next to the Lovers card, do you think? You see that? That's a Sphinx, and that's a Sphinx. You know what a sphincter is? You know, like an anus has a, you know, is a sphinx, you know, the rectum. Yeah. You know what a car wreck is? Yeah. And there's the Two of Wands. And then there's the High Priestess. And then there's the Two of Pentacles. There's a, you know, that's juggling, being a clown, being a whore, all that stuff. You know. And then there's the Four of Pentacles. Page of Swords. Knight of Wands. Page of Wands. King of Wands. Strange how the Page of Wands always seems to come out next to the King of Wands. Yeah, that's a Page of Wands who wants to be a King of Wands. But it's a Page of Wands doing sex magic. That's what it is. By the looks of it, yeah. That's the end. Yeah, that's probably what it is. It could also mean you know, Page of Swords and Page of Wands can also be talking about my Facebook page, because it's called a page, right? And then we got, so after the King of Wands, there's the Three of Pentacles and Judgment. The world. Are you of the world? Are you of the world? Are you a lover of the world? Are you friends with the world? Well, what did Jesus say? He says, if you are friends with the world, you're no friend of mine, basically, right? Eight of Cups. You love the world. Three of Wands. Yeah, look, I'm bored of this. I'm really bored. I mean, this is the thing, right? Because I'm stuck in this situation. Like, it seems like I'm stuck in this situation because I keep repeating myself. I keep telling you what the situation is. You're doing sex magic. You're a harlot. Looking for money and sex. And you don't care about me, God. You don't care. My misery is your pleasure. It's what makes you happy. Why am I having this conversation with you? I don't know. Why am I having this conversation with you? Why? What's the point? Now, I'm God. I'm supposed to receive justice. How's this justice? What is this? How is this justice? Where's this justice I'm supposed to receive? You know, what would happen, if you died in a car accident? Let's say you were driving down the motorway and your car flipped over and you died. Will other people in the area, will they call me a witch responsible for your death? Because I said that would happen, and it happened. What would happen? The fact that I claim to be God, does that make it, will people actually be like, oh yeah, he's God, that's why it happened? Or would they just say, oh no, he's a witch, we're gonna punish him for the crimes of witchcraft, which apparently witchcraft isn't illegal anymore, right? As far as God's concerned, yes, it is. It is illegal. You can't do that. That is, you shouldn't be doing that. But unfortunately, the whole world wants to do that. So almost everyone on planet Earth is acting like a witch these days. So, that's what the world is, basically. A bunch of energy vampires. They might not use candles or Palo Santo and tarot cards. They might not do that, but their daily rituals, the people they associate with, the things that they do on a daily basis, what does it amount to? There's always this impersonating magic. It's try to impersonate God to try to convince the spirit realm that you are God. Yeah. You want to be a clone of God. Yeah, that's what you want to do. You want to try to pretend that you are God when you're not. You don't want to learn your place. You don't want to stand down. You want to climb up a ladder and stand on God's roof, and God's saying to you, get down, get off of there. And you're like, no, I want to be up here. This is where I belong. And I'm like, well, if you want to stay up there, if you want to stand on that roof, well, eventually you just get blown off it. And you'll fall to your death. That's basically, what this is. You want to sneak your way in the back door. And I'm telling you, it isn't going to work. So going back to what I was saying, you know, if something really bad happened to you, would people accuse me of doing witchcraft against you and say it was my fault that you know, what would happen? It's a good, I haven't actually thought about that actually. Well, I mean, I didn't think about it before this video. Like, what would happen? I mean, I don't care. I really don't care. I want justice. I've had enough of people trying to get in my way and people not giving me the respect I'm due. I'm God. You've hurt me. You've offended me. You've stolen from me. You've wasted my time. You've mocked me. You've insulted me. My misery has made you happy. You know, why can't I be happy at your misery for a change? Why can't we swap places? Yeah. You know, why can't you experience pain and suffering for a change, and I get to have fun at your misery? Wouldn't that be justice? But the thing is you don't want to comply. You don't want to make amends with me. So what does that leave me with? What other options have I got then? You know, I feel like I'm wasting my time doing this video. I'll be quite honest. But at least I've said what I've had to. You know, I've made the video. And if anything bad happens to you, right? The video's on my YouTube. People can watch it. People can hear what I said. Yeah. I'm God. You have offended me. You have hurt me. You have sinned against me. There are consequences for doing that. I've warned you again and again and again and again and again and again and again. It seems to me like you don't care. You don't want to know. You're not going to listen. So what else is left? You know, it seems to me either, you know, it seems to me like you're supposed to make amends. Like, you will basically become my property. By the looks of it. I mean, that's what the cards are telling me. That you will become my piece of meat. Basically. Perhaps. When I say piece of meat, I mean like, well, I'm talking about sex. Okay? Just to make it very clear, I'm talking about sex. I mean, that's what the cards, that's what I'm being told. Okay? That's what. Yeah? Moses, Archangel Michael. He tells me that is the situation. So I don't know what else to say. I don't know what else to say. I mean, you know, I'm God. I tell people that. They don't believe me. And then I say, I want justice. And they laugh in my face. And then people start whinging about, you know, and then the news is like, oh, we're going to war. There's wars happening. There's people dying. Oh, no. All this terrible. Oh, we can't afford our shopping anymore. It's too expensive. Oh, everything's falling apart. Wah. And I'm like, hello? Hello? Is anyone listening? But that's the thing, the people who are in the local area are trying very hard to block me. They don't want anyone else in the world knowing who I am, do they? You know, where are the people who should be listening to me? You know, why is it I only have 65 subscribers on YouTube? Because people think I'm a liar. They think I'm a clown. They think no one wants to believe me. How many people have to die? How much pain and misery does this world have to face? How much, you know, if World War III started, would you change your mind? Probably not. Probably not. Because you would say, oh, it's got nothing to do with me. You'd be like, oh, it's just what's happening. Yeah. You know, I'm like, World War III is going to start. You know, whatever, right? You just don't care. You don't care. Like, you do not want to give in. You don't want to give in. That's what this is, right? You don't want to give in. And I'm saying you have to. Or else you're going to regret it. So, I'm God, and you can't escape me. You can't. You can try. You cannot escape my judgment. Plain and simple. You're evil, and you're gonna pay. Me. With what I want, and what I demand. And if you don't like it, well, screw you. My feelings never matter to you. Why should your feelings matter to me? Your intentions are evil. They always have been. You only care about yourself. Selfish little bitch. And my mental health doesn't concern you at all. You don't care. And you probably never will. You know, this thing about sex, you know, like I really don't care. I mean, you know, if you were to just vanish and I never heard of you ever again, I never saw you again, you know, if you just ceased to exist, I'd be quite happy with that as well. Yeah. Because I hate you. I absolutely hate you. There's nothing about you to like. Nothing. All I wanted was love in my life, and I got rejected. All I ever faced was backstabbing or rejection in one way or another, abuse, lies, bullshit. There's no difference here. It's the same thing again and again and again and again. I'm tired of waiting for justice. You know, I don't want to sit around waiting for you to get your shit together. You know, the fact that I'm almost 38 years old, I'm very hurt about that. I'm very unhappy about that. All the pain and misery I've been through. You know, I mean, I'm at the point now where it's like I don't even feel like I really want, there was a time when I was younger when I wanted to have sex, right? I wanted to have a sexual relationship with somebody, and now I almost don't. I almost don't care at all. Like, I just don't feel like I care about it. I don't feel like I'd be that satisfied, really. I feel like it's a massive disappointment. Everything is a massive disappointment to me. I'm tired of wasting my breath on you. Things have to be put right. Justice has to happen one way or another. And I ain't waiting for you. I'm not gonna wait. You're not making me wait. Every single day that passes, it's only gonna get worse for you. Every single day. The more time you're wasting your own time. You're wasting your time, not mine. You're impossible to love. It's impossible. I couldn't possibly love you. It's like trying to love a blood-sucking leech. Why would you love a blood-sucking leech for, It's a leech. It's a blood-sucking leech. Wow. Would you want to have a relationship with a blood-sucking leech? Yeah, would you want that to be your soulmate, your twin flame? Whatever bullshit name you've got for it these days. Yeah, is that what you want would you want to spend eternity making love to a blood-sucking leech? Doesn't sound like much fun, does it? Sounds crazy, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. So, maybe do another couple of readings. I'm not in any rush to end this video. I mean, why would I be? Do you know what I mean? Like, I've got plenty of time to What else am I gonna do? There's no one else to talk to, is there? Well, I've got spirits with me, but I've got plenty to say, I suppose. I wanna see what these cards say. I mean, I know I want to get the problem solved. I don't want to be like this anymore. I don't want to live like this. My life isn't worth living. If you'd been in my shoes, you would have been gone a long time ago. If you'd had to go through what I've had to go through, you wouldn't be alive. The amount of stress I've been through, and for how long I've been dealing with it, and the amount of shit I've had to deal with from people, you simply wouldn't exist. I've been fighting for my life for a long time. I mean, what are you going to do? You know, let's say, everybody wants what you want. So, you got millions, billions of people trying to steal from you all at the same time, using witchcraft and sorcery. What are you going to do? What would you do? How would you deal with that? How would you cope with that? When the people who are closest to you are your worst enemies. All the time. What would you do? How would you cope with that? You wouldn't. I mean, the fact is, I feel ill. I do. All the smoking, and I feel unhealthy. I feel like, I wonder, like, how much longer can I survive in this body? I don't know. I have no idea. All I know is I don't feel very good. So I guess I am a little bit desperate to get things resolved. Because I don't really, I kind of, the way I look at it, I kind of feel like, well, there's not much time left. Really. Perhaps. I don't know. But then I go back to just not caring about it. I just think, well, why even worry about it? What difference does it make anyway? Does it make any difference? If I quit smoking and I went on, and I tried to get really healthy and get in shape, all that kind of stuff, well, is that going to, is that going to change how the world treats me? Probably not. So I'm still in the same situation. People want me dead. People want to make me miserable. They want me to be unhappy. I mean, let's say, I decided to focus on myself and get in shape, and, I could go out and maybe find a woman who wanted to have sex with me. But the fact is, I'm God. So I said to her, hey, look, I'm God. That's the thing, right? Because I can't have a relationship with someone who doesn't understand that I'm God, because they're evil. If they cannot accept that I'm God, well, chances are they're followed around by a lot of demons, and they're going to be trying to do all kinds of witchcraft and magic against me, sorcery, trying to steal my power. I wouldn't want to welcome someone like that in my house or in my bed. I wouldn't want them anywhere near me. The only way I can have any kind of relationship with people now is with understanding the fact that I'm God. I have to be acknowledged, because when people don't acknowledge me, it creates problems for me. How am I going to have a friend who won't acknowledge that I'm God? I'm God. Do you think God has friends who are like, you're not God? No, that's not how it works. God has children, and those children accept God is God. And then there are those who don't accept that God is God. What category do you fall into, I wonder? Yeah. That's the problem, isn't it? I don't know anyone who's in a body, in a physical body, walking around on planet Earth. I don't know any of them who will acknowledge that I'm God. So that's a huge problem for me. That's a huge problem. Anyway, I tell you what, Haters Exposed. I'll tell you what, Truth Rising. I'll do Truth Rising. Yeah, Truth Rising. And then Haters Exposed. I've tried to reason with you. I've tried so hard to reason with people. I've tried my best to try to be reasonable with people. And and I have to sit here and I have to say stuff that really I would rather not have to go through all of this and have to say things that. But that's how it is. I'm God. I'm in charge. I'm the authority figure. There's no one with more authority than me. That's simply how it is. There might be, the council, or, the TV licensing people, or, the courts and whatever, right? Or, people, bosses that I used to have when I had jobs, they might, and people who've tried to boss me around and stuff like that, they might have, these people might think that, oh, but God, I live in a country that has laws that people have to abide by. Okay? And I choose to abide by the laws that I do. Purely because it creates less problems for me, right? But ultimately, I can do whatever I want. Anything. Anything. I'm God. I judge you, not the other way around. Right? I'm meant to judge you and tell you why I don't like you, why I think you're a bad person, and why you deserve to burn in hell for the rest of eternity. Right? But of course, you love to judge me, of course. You like to talk shit about me and say all kinds of shit about me that you shouldn't. And that's exactly why you deserve to burn in hell. You want to criticize me, you want to make fun of me. Yeah. I mean, the thing is that I don't feel like I'm getting through to you. I don't feel like I'm getting through to anybody. I feel like I'm simply making videos and nobody wants to really. Nobody, people won't accept what I say. I have no idea what it's going to take to change people or to get justice. I don't know. I'm mad. I'm I'm angry. I don't want to wait. When someone gets arrested, for instance, yeah, I mean, if you think about someone who's dangerous, they're on the loose, the police are trying to arrest them, and if that person doesn't come quietly and obey the police, then, they're likely to get, shot and potentially die. That's, you either come quietly with your hands up, or you don't. That's kind of how this is, right? I mean, it's an analogy. But that's the situation, basically, isn't it? But if you don't believe that I'm God and you won't take me seriously, then why am I even making this video? Why am I? What is the point? I guess after you've been dealt with, people can always watch this video and hear what I say. That would be one good reason for making this video. That's about it. That's all I can think of. Really. I judge you. I tell you how it is. I tell you what you are. And I tell you and I tell you what's likely to happen to you. I tell you what direction you're headed in, and that is destruction, because that's the path you want to go. That's where and when I say that, I'm not talking about, you are choosing to be destroyed. What more can I say about that? Maybe that's why you want to park your car next to mine. Maybe you're trying to get me in a car crash or something like that. Yeah. To be destroyed, yeah. To be destroyed. Your witchy ways won't work. against me. The fact is, if you've been trying to kill me with magic, well, you don't deserve to live. And that's exactly how I'm going to treat you. That you don't deserve to breathe the air that you breathe. Yeah? That's how I'll treat you. Because it's what you deserve. You chose to make yourself an enemy of God. And you will be treated how you deserve to be treated. And the evil demons, they'll complain. They'll be like, oh, that's not fair. I was like, yes, it is. No, it's not. Yes, it is. I tried being reasonable. You didn't want to be reasonable. Therefore, you suffer. I mean, I might look at your face and I might think you're an ugly bitch. I might think, actually, I don't want to sleep with you. Like, do you know what I mean? This is the thing, right? I don't even know what you look like. Young, slim, blonde. That's basically about it, really. That's basically all I know. Maybe you smell funny, or maybe you got crooked teeth or something, or a big nose, like a witch or something. You know what I mean? Like, there's a long list of reasons why. Might get to the, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, but I'm tired. I feel disgusted by the fact that I have to sit here and I have to talk about this. I am. Do you think that I wanted it to be this way? Do you think that I wanted the world? Do you think I wanted billions and billions of people being my enemy, trying to steal from me, trying to stab, trying to calling me evil, judging me, hating on me for no reason other than the fact that they want to steal from me? And you have to. I'm sick of it. I'm really sick of it. If I woke up one day and everyone within half a mile of my house just dropped dead, I'd be quite happy with that. And everyone would be like, oh, what happened to this neighborhood? Everyone's dead. How did that happen? And I'm the only guy who's alive. And I'm like, yeah, I told them I'm God. They didn't care. They didn't listen. So now they're all dead. Maybe spare the children, but yeah. All the adults just dead. Yeah. Because not a single one of them would acknowledge me. Therefore, they're all dead. They'll go to hell. Bye-bye. That would be crazy, wouldn't it? That would be, well, that would be justice. It sure would be, wouldn't it? I guess you would say, why don't you make it happen then, God? If you're God, why don't you do it? Well, it's a good question, that. It's a good question. Well, things have to go the way that they're supposed to go. However that is. maybe it is supposed to happen that way. Maybe it's not time yet. You know, maybe it'll happen on Halloween or Christmas Day. You know? Maybe it'll happen at New Year's. I don't know. All I know is that at some point I'm supposed to receive justice. That's all I can say. And all I gotta do is keep saying what I need to say. Tell people how it is, and if they don't, you know, all I can do is keep repeating myself. I'm disappointed with the fact that things don't happen quicker, if I'm being honest. The power I have is the power I have. I'm powerful enough to get justice. I'm powerful enough to ruin your life, send you to hell, that kind of thing. Yeah, I'm powerful enough to do all that. I just have to keep going and going and going and going. I just have to keep putting one foot in front of the other and just keep going. That's all I can do until it's done. And that's what I'm doing. So, I'm going to do another reading after I finish this cigarette. See if there are any other messages that want to come out. If there's anything that is worth talking about. Okay. Truth rising. What messages? Anything that you want to talk about here? Okay. Wake up. Okay, so there's this cup of coffee by the looks of it with a butterfly foam thing. Someone's about to receive a rude awakening. Wake up. I don't know if you're familiar with the Bible or not, but you know, it does say that the dead in Christ rise first. You know, well, this is the thing. You know, you are in a physical flesh body, but your spirit is dead. You are evil. You're asleep. And you probably are asleep right now, actually. You're probably lying in your bed, fast asleep, dreaming. Probably about some men, no doubt. Something like that. Or maybe you're having nightmares. I hope you're having nightmares. Yeah. Maybe you're seeing Freddy Krueger in your dreams. Yeah. He's come to collect your soul. Something like that, yeah. Anyways. Well, it's not Freddy, it's me. I'm coming to collect. Wake up. Anything else? Half truths. They're not being fully honest. Half truths. So the picture is of the moon. I guess that would be like a crescent moon or something. Anyway, half truths, they're not being fully honest. You know, the crescent moon is, you know, in Islam, the you know, they have the crescent and the star, the crescent moon and the stars and the crescent moon, right? It represents Islam. Islam. Fake news. Yeah, it's really interesting because in the news recently, there's been all these there's been all these all this talking about migrants. You know, there's that migrant who was let out of prison, and they had to catch him. What was his name? Haddouche. You know what a douche is, right? Douchebag. Haddouche. And there was, you know, there's always talking about migrants, and there's one who he murdered like a hotel worker or something like that, called Rhiannon, which is interesting. Rhiannon. Yeah, there's an interesting name, yeah. Yeah, very similar to Rihanna. Yeah, she's a Pisces. Yeah. Did you know that? Set up. Someone's being set up. See, the reason all those news stories come out, this is why I affect the news, is because the world wants to reflect me. Demons are trying to reflect me, so they can try to steal power from me. And that's why there's this migrant crisis. Migrant. My name's Grant. You know, if you're a woman and let's say you shacked up with a migrant and he got you pregnant, yeah, and then you have a migrant baby, yeah, like it could be a son, you know, like the sun. Well, that's the thing. I'm God. I'm the light of the world. Do you see what I'm talking about? You know, why do people do what they do? Because they're evil. Burnout. Set up. Burnout. So this is the thing, right? Because, you know, people want to keep me waiting. You know, people are trying to steal my energy until I burn out. Until I feel like, you know, until, people want me to stop. They want to block me. And who's blocking me? Who's blocking me? Well, you, with your car, you want to try to partially obstruct my driveway. You're obsessed with blocking me. You are evil. You're very evil. You listen to demons. PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. Cutting ties. So, this is what I'm trying to do. This is the whole point of me posting on Facebook, posting on YouTube, making videos. The entire point of this is to cut you off from me, because you keep trying to attach yourself to me, and I'm saying fuck off. And you don't want to fuck off, do you? You want to keep trying to attach yourself to me. Well, if you keep trying to do that, you will find yourself, something very bad will happen to you. And you're already in a lot of trouble. Bad things are going to happen to you. How bad it gets is your choice from now. You have to make a choice. Get out of my way. Do what you need to do to make amends with me, or don't. Always drunk. Oh, you want to fill yourself with the Spirit, do you? Oh. Well, that's definitely not talking about me. Do you know how often I drink? Maybe once or twice a week. And I'm talking about a sip from a whiskey bottle. I literally take a shot's worth. That's about it. I used to be someone who was always drunk. Well, I used to be someone who used to drink. Yeah, I used to drink every day. Every single day. I don't anymore. I'm amazed I managed to stop. But the fact is, I think I got to the point where if I drink now, I get really tired quickly, or I can get very tired. And it doesn't make me feel good. It just doesn't make me feel good the way it used to. There's a reason you're an alcoholic. And it's not just because you like to party. It's because it's a potion. It's a magic potion. You want to pretend that you're filled with the Holy Spirit. When in fact you're just a drunk whore. That's all you are, a drunk whore. A stupid little whore. Childhood fears. Someone is traumatized by their childhood. Okay, well, let's talk about that then. Maybe your dad abandoned you. So your dad abandoned you. Okay. So you were raised by a crazy mom. So your dad abandoned you, you got raised by a crazy mom. Well, that's quite similar to me, actually. My dad abandoned me when I was... Well, what happened to my dad? He was a gambler. So when my mom was pregnant, and my parents were married. My mom got pregnant, and then my dad decided to gamble the life savings that they had, betting on horses. So my parents got divorced before I was born. So, am I a bastard? Whatever, right? But, some might say I guess in a sense I am a bastard, but At the end of the day, I'm God. Oh, God doesn't have a father. Oh, wow. Well, yeah, I don't. I never did. I'm the origin. I'm the Father. I'm God. I'm the Creator. My dad is nothing more than a sperm donor. That's about it. You know what I mean? Like, my spirit is in this body. You know, my spirit didn't come out of my dad's cock. Fucking imbeciles. Right, so, childhood fears. Someone is traumatized by their childhood. Yeah, but that's not an excuse to fight me. That's not an excuse to hate me. That's not an excuse to ruin my life. Is it? Acting like a selfish little bitch. And not caring about my mental health. You don't care. You don't care. You know, you think, so you had a shitty childhood, so you're going to ruin everyone else's life, is that it? Because that will make you feel better. I'm God. You know, you're supposed to turn to me. You're supposed to, and I'm not talking about turning your fucking wheels in your stupid fucking piece of shit car. Yeah? You need to turn to God. Oh yeah, just park your car next to his, yeah, that'll do it. No, look. I can accept that, you know, maybe you had a shit childhood. Maybe, you know, you've been surrounded by people who are horrible. That don't know how to love you. I'm God. You know, I wanted to love you. Yeah, that's the thing. I wanted to love you, but now where are we now? Where's it got to now? My misery is your happiness. You take pleasure in my misery. What the hell am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to love you now? Am I supposed to care about you? Maybe you deserve to have a shit childhood. You know, maybe the reason your dad abandoned you is because, well, I abandoned you a long time ago. And your dad was simply copying me. And that was it. Anyway, next. What is it? Planning a secret escape. It sounds to me like you want to find a guy who's got a lot of money and then you can run away with him. Yeah, something like that, right? Well, look, past life karma. Past life karma. Well, that's the thing, right? You park your car, and what you park, so you park your car so the back of your car is opposite the back of my car. Past, I mean, obviously, what's in the past is what's behind, yeah. So behind life karma, you know, what you're trying to do is you're trying to swap You're trying to destiny swap with me. That's what you're trying to do. Using car magic. You know, I hate the word karma. I fucking hate it. When did Jesus talk about karma? Never. You know, that comes from Buddhism. Yeah, that's not Christianity. That's something else. But everyone wants to confuse shit, right? You listen to any tarot reader or any crazy witch, someone who claims to be a Christian. You know, how many people who claim to be Christians talk about karma and karmic and shuffle tarot cards and oracle cards? I mean, there's a lot of them. There are a lot of them. Gamble, taking a risk. Well, what was I talking about? I was talking about tarot cards and oracle cards. It says gamble, taking a risk. My dad was a gambler, right? I told you about that as well. Gamble, taking a risk. Yeah. And then we got manifesting, using the law of attraction, calling in your desires and wishes. So this is what I talked about. You've been parking your car where you've been parking it, right? You've been parking it partially obstructing my driveway. That is because you want to destiny swap with me. You want to try to put your bad karma on me. You are trying to manifest shit. You're trying to manifest things into your life. You want to manifest the money and sex into your life by using my power. You're trying to steal my power. You are crazy. You have lost your fucking mind. There's going to be a point. You have an identity crisis. That's the thing. That's the world. The world has an identity crisis. You think you're me. Or you want to believe you're in a relationship with me when you're fucking some other guy. When you're not. My destiny does not belong to you. It's mine. You have an identity crisis. Catfish. Someone's not who they appear to be. What was I talking about? You have an identity crisis. Read what it says at the bottom. Someone's not who they appear to be. Whoa, I just dropped a card. Stripped and cleansed is what fell out the deck there. It says you are being purified by spirits. Well, this is the thing, right? I mean, I would like this to be true. I would like you to be purified, right? I want this identity crisis that you're having, I want that to end. I want that. I want you to change. But it's funny, isn't it, how it says you are being purified by spirit. Well, this is the thing, right? You know, I bought that car. Yeah, I went to a car dealership and I said, I'll buy that. And then I park it in front of my garage, and then you want to park your car by my car. Yeah? You know, in the book of Revelation, it talks about the 7 spirits of God. Well, the number 7 is associated with the chariot, the car. And this is why you'll see lots of people filming videos in their cars. They drive around in their cars, or they park their car, and they talk a lot of shit in their car, and then they upload it to YouTube. It all has to do with the number 7. 7, 7, 7, 7, 7. Yeah. Anyway, stripped and cleansed. It fell out of the deck. I'll keep it. Should I keep it? Okay, so catfish, stripped and cleansed. Whatever the fuck that means, do you know what I mean? Like, every time I go for a fucking shower, I'm stripped and cleansed. Do you know what I mean? Like, what the fuck does that mean? Do you know what I mean? This is how people try to steal energy, right? This is how energy vampire work. This is how energy vampires work, right? I mean, every time you go for a shower or a bath, you are stripped and cleansed. But does that mean you are being purified by spirit? No. You see how language, it's very confusing. I mean, people will say the words and people will understand them a certain way. But the power of words is very different. How word magic works is not about how you interpret the words. It's about what the words can mean. Because those words can mean lots of things. And that is how evil spirits will try to manipulate through very subtle things that most people don't notice. There's a lot of pretending. I mean, if you study language well enough, then you realize there's so much code in language and how much of it is fixated on anal sex and sex slavery, and you know, there's all sorts of weird and you know and pretending to be God. You know, there's this confusion, and the confusion is there because humans want to be God. The fact is that you know what a forked tongue is, right? You know, if you have a forked tongue, well, you know, a snake has a forked tongue. But then again, do you eat with a fork? Yeah, you do. You eat with a fork, don't you? You eat with a knife and a fork and a spoon. Yeah. Insatiable female, never satisfied, always wanting more. Always wanting more. Never satisfied. You see, the thing is, I'm God. I live forever. Through Jesus Christ, I was Jesus Christ, right? And through Jesus Christ, you can get to heaven, right? Jesus. I'm God. I decide whether you go to heaven or you go to hell. Do you understand? I control that. What do you want? A sausage and some shiny things. That's what you want. You want a big sausage and shiny stuff, expensive stuff, and you want to be around people who are cunts. A bunch of, you know what I mean? You want to be around deluded people. Are you telling me that what I can offer people isn't as good as what you want? You're saying what you want in life is better than what Jesus Christ offered to people. Is that what you're trying to tell me? Welcome to planet Earth. If God was good, why is there so much evil in the world? Blah, 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 blah. It's because you fell, right? It's because you're evil. Yeah, I mean, how many people blame God? They say, well, if God was good, why is there so much pain and suffering in the world? It's like, well, it's deserved. This is the thing, right? Because you don't learn without pain and suffering, right? You do not learn unless you see, if you were homeless and you didn't have any money and nobody liked you and nobody wanted to talk to you and you felt completely alone and helpless, guess whose door you would knock on? Guess who you would want to help you? You'd be, God, help me. Help me, God. Yeah, when you get to that point, perhaps, yeah, you will. Very likely, or you'll die. One or the other, right? You'll like, when you got no one to turn to, well, when a lot of people get to that point, they'll turn to me. And I'll say, God, everything's going wrong in my life. Please help me, even though I've been a sinner. I've done so much wrong to you, but my life's falling apart. Please help me. Humans learn through suffering. Plain and simple. It shouldn't be hard to understand that. I think there are a lot of people, they kind of view me as a bad deal. I think, oh God, he wants us to do this, and he wants us to do that, blah, 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 blah. I can't be bothered with that. I'll just keep living my life how I want to live it. And then if it gets to the point where everything in your life falls apart, for whatever reason, you might change your mind about that. You might change your mind about having a relationship with God because you don't have anyone else to help you. You got nobody else. And yeah, I mean, so like I said, people learn through suffering. When everything goes wrong for them, they want to look for the answer. What's the answer then? Why does it all happen? Why does all this bad stuff happen? When it seems that you have very bad luck in life, nothing ever seems to go right for you, then you start to wonder, like, is there some unseen force that's doing it to you? You know, that's when you start to wonder. And you start to ask yourself questions that you didn't before. But then again, that doesn't happen for everybody. Some people, their life will fall apart and they'll never turn to God. They'll simply just keep going on a downward spiral. You know, for instance, a woman could become a prostitute and, hooked on heroin and crack cocaine and stuff like that. And it's a downward spiral until they're dead, and that's it. Yeah, there are a lot of people who are like that. So, some people get saved, some people don't. A lot don't. Let's put it that way. Okay, so that says, what does that say? Emancipated, liberation from all restrictions. So that came after the insatiable female card. Never satisfied. Emancipated, liberation from all restrictions. And then we got the U-turn card. Well, that's a road sign, isn't it? You need to turn around. Changing your mind about where you want to go be. So, this is the thing, right? Because in the olden days, women lived differently than they do now. Man has basically said to women, well, if you want to work, do whatever you want. You can be totally independent of man. Do whatever you like. Sleep around as much as you like. All that kind of stuff. I mean, that's basically how society is now. Obviously, for a man to say that's wrong, a lot of women would say that, and even a lot of men would claim that being against all that is misogyny. They want to believe that a woman should be able to walk around in her underwear if she wants to, sleeping around with guys, all that kind of stuff. I'm God. I told people how it's meant to be, and people didn't want to follow that. The world has a lot of problems now. Things are looking very bad, and people don't want to believe it. People don't want to know. When there are all these women who have children out of wedlock. They're having. How many women end up getting pregnant and they go live in a council flat? What their entire plan in life was get knocked up by some guy, get pregnant, and then go live in a council flat and then have the taxpayer pay for it. Thinking that's a good idea. And then realizing maybe 10 or 20 years later it was a fucking terrible idea. It doesn't work very well. It's not good. Women are easily deceived. Men are easily deceived as well these days. I mean, that's the fact. Most men are deceived, and women are worse. So, there was supposed to be an order to things. So, insatiable female, always wanting more. Emancipated, liberation from all. So, it sounds to me like you want to do whatever you want, You want to party, you want to be able to go about doing what you want to do, what makes you happy. And look, you turn, right? You have to turn around. You have to accept defeat. Okay? I'm good. I'm in control. Not you. You know, if you don't do this U-turn, if you don't change your way, you know, you're driving down the road to destruction, right? You're going in that direction. You want to drive yourself straight into the lake of fire. That's what you want to do. And I'm telling you, that's a really dumb idea. Don't do it. Turn around. Tell me that you're sorry. And that you want to make amends for it. And that you've been stupid. That's your best option. If you don't want to do that, well, there's really not much more. You know, I'm basically I'm wasting my breath here. So, you know, if you don't want to change direction, then I can't help you. You know, you will. Yeah. You should be what you should be aware. Oh, but jumping to conclusions. Well, this is the thing, right? I mean, I tell you the truth, but you don't understand it. I tell you the truth, you don't get it. You don't understand it. It doesn't matter how simple it is. You still don't accept it. You still argue against it. You're still like, no, no, I don't like that. That's not true. Blah, blah, blah. That's a demon that you've got there. Evil. You know, there are plenty people on YouTube. You know, there are women, for instance, you know, that they'll talk about Jesus Christ, they'll talk about God and being blessed and make all these videos about, you know, all kinds of nonsense. You know, it's like, the courts in heaven have opened for you and stuff like that. And it's like, why are you even making that video? Like, why would you make that video? What the hell are you talking about? You're talking to a bunch of random people on the internet saying the courts of heaven have opened for you. Let me read some verses from the Bible and talk a bunch of nonsense about shit I don't even know what I'm talking about. And then you'll click like, subscribe, ding dong, yeah, ring the bell, whatever. You know, and they'll want you to believe that being a whore, yeah, God wants you to be a whore. Yeah, why not? You know, times have changed. You know, that was 2,000 years ago. You know, 2,000 years in the future, now God just wants you to be a filthy, dirty whore who loves money and sex and being a cunt. No. No, that's not what I want for you. Okay? Why would I want that for you? Why would I want you to be an evil hoe? Why? Oh, because it's called the Holy Spirit. Oh, that's right. That's right, because the Holy Spirit is actually a whore who lies. That's right, yeah, the whore lie spirit. That's what it is. Oh, okay then. Let's play that stupid game, shall we? You know, I get that your dad abandoned you. Somehow, you know, how that happened, or how, you know, maybe he just abandoned you emotionally and physically. I mean, that's the thing, right? You know, someone could abandon you emotionally as well as physically. You know, they may as well, you know, someone might leave you, or, you know, you might be living next to someone who doesn't love you at all. You know, you could be living in the same house as somebody who doesn't love you, who doesn't care about you, you know, um, you know, and I think some people they don't care for love. You know, they don't value love. They don't care for it. You know, they're not interested in love. Um, Love isn't important to them. They don't know how to show it. They don't understand love at all. Um, I'm God. I mean, the fact is, you deserve to be punished. Um, I'm really angry at you. I'm angry at a lot of people. You know, I still have the ability to love people, but I have a lot of enemies that I need to punish, some way or another. You know, you're supposed to overcome. You know what the world likes to do? It likes to just put, you know, like a man, you know, you'll have sex and then you'll just, at the last second, you'll pull out. You know, make a mess of the, you know what I mean? Overcome, yeah. That's not the same thing, is it? No, it's not. That's sex magic, though. That's what it is. Yeah. Hey, Jesus, check me out. I'm an overcomer. Look at all this mess. Will you let me into heaven? See, that's what demons are like. They do all sorts of crazy magic, act like a clown, mocking me, thinking they can laugh their way into heaven. Okay. They know how to lift your spirit. So that came after the jumping to conclusions. Wasn't that interesting? Jumping and lifting. I mean, yeah. They know how to lift your spirit. She devil. She devil. diva. Dangerous karmic ties. So, you know, you might have some friends, you might think they're cool, they might make you laugh, they might make you think you're important for a while, blah blah blah, or you think they're important. Do you think they're more important than God? That's the question, though, isn't it? Do you think they're more important than God? Would God want you to be with them? Would God want you to be around them? We got Evil Eye on the bottom of the deck. Yeah. I mean, you know, this is someone who's, you know, demon possessed. This is someone who's dead inside. Yeah. Yeah, they want to send me the evil eye. I don't like you. Temperamental. Egotistic person. What am I supposed to do with you? You're self-obsessed. Well, that's the thing. You're self-obsessed, and you're obsessed with me. I mean, this is the thing, right? You idolize yourself, right? You think of yourself. You idolize yourself, but who's the real idol? Who am I? I'm God. I'm the one who's supposed to be idolized. See, you idolize yourself while confusing yourself with me. And it seems to me like you don't want to let go of that. And that's how you get destroyed. You know that story about this? It's from, I think it's like Greek mythology or something. You know, there's that story about Icarus. You know, it was like this guy, and he basically he made himself some fake wings, made from, like, I don't know, feathers and candle wax, or yeah, it was something like that. And he flew towards the sun. He wanted to fly to the sun in the sky. You know, the big burning bull in space, sun. So he tried to fly to the sun, and then his wings burned off, and then he fell. Yeah, it was something like that. I'm not that familiar with the story, but that's basically what it is. But that's essentially what you are. You know, you want to put fake wings on yourself and pretend you're an angel or you're God. You know, you want to become one with the light of God. But you don't love me. You hate me. Right? You see, those I love, and those who love me, well, they do. They share in my light. You know, they are blessed through Jesus Christ. You don't love Jesus Christ. You don't love me. You know, you will get burned. lost your mind. Okay, haters exposed. I should tell you what, grab a few extra cards here. I'll make it quick though. Okay, materialistic. Tyrants. Evil eye. Karma. Their time has come. Broken promises. Someone has broken or is about to break a promise. So this is the thing, right? You haven't done the things that you were supposed to do. You haven't loved me. You turn your back to me and you hate me. You try to steal from me. You want to call me evil. You attack me with your words and your thoughts. And you're going to have to pay for that. You're going to have to suffer justice, right? You're going to have to you have to find out what real justice is, okay? You're going to have to find out. Okay, so I'm going to do a haters exposed reading. Okay. They can't operate on the frequency you're on. Did I park on your driveway? Am I the one spying on you? I don't even know what you look like. I don't even know your name. I really don't care. You want to get noticed by me. Your God-given abilities irritate them. Yeah. Obviously. You know, the people in this area, I don't know anybody, really. I don't know anyone. You know, I might know the name of my neighbours, the people who live next door to me, I think. But the fact is that I opened a Facebook page. I didn't say to everyone, I didn't go around the area and say, oh yeah, by the way, I'm on Facebook, you want to come spy on me? Yeah, do you want to look at my YouTube page? I'm God, by the way. Do you want to come have a look? Never said that to anybody. Never, not in the last 3 years. The last 3 or 4 years, I didn't say that to anybody. I opened my Facebook page, people being nosy cunts decided to take a look. And that's how that started, right? People being nosy cunts. That's how it always happens. Yeah. That's what people do. They can't stay away from me. Their evil intentions will fail. Hating on your psychic abilities and gifts. There we go. They're mad because you are highly protected. Excuse me. Collecting dirt on you. They see you getting all this love and can't stand it. Well, the thing is that on God, people are but the thing is, because demons, they always want to steal power from me. And they are always looking for a way to steal it. And so they want to spy on me, not because they want to make friends with me or worship me. You know, they want to hate me. They want to try to find dirt on me. They want to try to find something they can, you know, they want to make criticisms and mock me and falsely accuse me and say things about me that aren't true. They can't stand your creativity because it shows they lack it. They want you to mention them to gain clout. They want to low-key be you. I mean, why do card decks like this exist? Why? I mean, this is the thing, right? Who's this talking about? Is it talking about you? Oh, everyone wants to be, Loki wants to be you? Or is it me? See, now there's a confusion, isn't there? I mean, I know this is talking about me. But then a lot of other people would say exactly the same thing, wouldn't they? They'd be like, oh, this is, they want, they'll shuffle cards and they'll claim the things that they want to claim and they'll try to deflect what they don't want, right? They're trying to make the bad, if bad cards come out, they'll say, oh, that's somebody else. Oh, here's a nice card. Oh, I'll take that. Yeah, I'll claim that energy for myself. These things shouldn't exist. People make all these things, and all that. It's the same with the zodiac. The 12 star signs. From Aries to Pisces, right? Why does that exist? What it is spell work. And all that spell work is always designed to try to steal power from me. That's what spell work is. Because it's my power. All magic spell work is all connected to me. Okay? I am the source of magic power. That's why I'm so freaking powerful.
Someone in your immediate circle is the one causing energetic chaos. Well, what the hell did I just say to you? You see, you park your car next to mine, or that's what you've been doing, right? Now, what does that say? Read that carefully. Someone in your immediate circle is the one causing energetic chaos. Well, does that not really describe what I was just talking about? How many times do you see that happen? The cards come out, they explain what I'm talking about. It says here, an ex-hater, and that's the thing, right? My ex-girlfriend, well, her name was Ania. A-N-I-A. So here's an ex-hater will reach out and try to reconcile with you. Well, this is the thing, right? I see you as my hater, right? And I don't want you to be my hater, right? I want you to see confirmation. Yeah, that thing doesn't beep very often. That's my tablet behind me. But I don't want you to hate me. I want you to realize what you've done wrong, and I want you to try and fix it. So it says here, an ex-hater will reach out and try to reconcile with you. Well, this is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get you to reconcile with me. Make amends. I mean, how are you expecting this to go? You expecting me to say, "Oh, I'm not God. I'm so sorry, whoever you are. I'm sorry you're partially obstructing my driveway. That's all right. Don't worry about that. I'm not good. I thought it was good. I was mistaken. I think you must be good then. Yeah, that's why you partially obstructed my driveway because, yeah, you. I mean, is that what you're thinking? No. I want you to reconcile with me. Right? I want you to realize who I am. It says here, you will continue to thrive on these haters. Well, that's the thing, right? Because I'm God. And, people who hate me, well, all I do is expose them. That's all I do all day long. Expose you for your evil ways, right? I expose you again and again and again and again and again and again and again. The cards, spirits, good spirits are, you know what I mean? It says it here. What's it say? They'll try and boss you around to make themselves feel superior. Well, this is the thing, right? Because whoever made this card obviously doesn't love God. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, what kind of God-loving person would make a deck like this? Fire, Witch, Tarot, haters exposed with the evil eye protection symbol all over it. I mean, what kind of person would make this card in the first place? But it says, yeah, they'll try and boss you around to make themselves feel superior. Well, that's the thing. I'm God. I'm supposed to boss you around. I am superior. Do you know what I mean? That's the thing. I'm supposed to. That's my, that's what I'm about. Right? I mean, the person who made this hates me. I mean, this is the thing, right? I mean, this is the thing. This is the reason why people keep trying to force things on me or trying to block me or get in my way or, they want to have confrontations with me. It's all about this. It's all about saying, I'm in charge. It's always about that. Well, you don't, I want you to know. That's the thing. Their spell work is affecting them.
Their spell work is affecting them. Well, this is the thing, right? Because if you think you can boss God around to make yourself feel superior, what would you expect God to do to someone like that? I mean, you'd be lucky to still be alive. You'd be lucky to be alive. Yeah, you would be. Gotta take these. Okay. Inboxing your followers, trying to turn them against you. Well, obviously you have friends or acquaintances or whatever. People like to talk to their friends and talk shit about me, probably. I don't message anybody. I don't chat to people on Facebook. I don't chat to people on YouTube or anywhere else. I don't text people. No. Very, 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 very rare for me to do something like that. So, obviously, this isn't talking about me, is it? No. Well, it's talking about me in the fact that, it says there, right? It says inboxing your followers, trying to turn them against you. Well, in this case, the you is me. Trying hard to lower your self-esteem. Yeah, I mean, I can imagine what kind of things you'd be saying about me. Like, you think I'm ugly, you think I'm a loser, yeah, stuff like that. A guy who got an inheritance, doesn't know what to do with his life except be a loser on the internet, telling people he's good and that he deserves justice and sex and whatever, right? I mean, yeah, I imagine there's a lot of people who'd want to say all kinds of stuff about me, trying to claim that I'm crazy and a total loser. What a shocker. Your spirit team is taking care of it. Trying to bring you legal troubles. They can't come at you alone because they're scared. Haters are lying about you. So this is the thing, right? Because they've got so many haters, what does it take? I mean, someone could... I mean, that's one of the reasons why I didn't go out. When I saw there's a woman parking her Vauxhall where she shouldn't be parked, and the way she was treating me, I could see how she was looking at me from a distance. And I just thought, you know what? Why would I want to go up to her and have a conversation with her when she could just lie and say whatever she will? That's the thing.
You know, there are plenty of women, there are plenty of human beings who will lie. You know, oh, he said this to me, oh, he said that, blah 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 blah. He threatened me, blah 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 blah. You know, I know people who, you know, people will try shit like that. Yeah. You know, I try to be smart. Yeah, I try to be smart about what I'm doing. It's not like she didn't know. It's not like she didn't know I wanted her to move. I didn't have to go up to her and tell her. You know, for her to know that. She already knew. She already knew. And she was laughing at me from a distance. Thinking it's funny. I mean, you know, obviously in the past things used to be different. You know, women would respect men more because women weren't allowed to get away with all sorts of crazy stuff like they do today. I mean, nowadays, you know, a woman, you know, will cry wolf all the time. You know, there's all kinds of women who are like that. You know, they feel like they're emancipated, they're liberated, they can do what they want, and if any bad things happen to them, all the other men have come running like, oh, we'll protect you, honey, we'll protect you, lady, we won't let anything bad happen to you. That's, you know, and you know, I've seen that so many times, and you know, a woman can lie and they'll get taken seriously, and when a guy tells the truth, nah, you know, quite often he can be ignored. And that's the thing, you know, and I've experienced that myself. What a surprise, huh? So, you know, I keep away when I think it's a good idea to keep away from people. If it weren't for the fact, I mean, if it wasn't for the fact that the world's like that, well, I probably would behave differently. Yeah. You know, I mean, I have to be smart. And, you know, and what's annoying about it is that, you know, I do kind of feel like, you know, it kind of makes me look a bit like a coward, really. Having to avoid confrontation. And I know people can be like, oh, he's such a coward, look at him, run away. Or something like that. But it's simply the smartest move to make. I mean, you already know. I don't have to say anything to you. I already know. You fucking know, you stupid cunt. So why the fuck am I going to come up to you and swear in your face for? You know, why am I going to do that? Why am I going to do that? When I can take care of the problem another way. There was a time when I used to live in Brighton. Excuse me. There was a time when I was in Brighton and I had so many enemies that I couldn't even walk down the street without people shouting stuff at me. I used to have homeless beggars saying shit about me when I'm walking down the street. That's how bad it was. Like if I went to shops, people would give me evil looks everywhere I went. Yeah, I mean, it was crazy. It was totally crazy. Like, you know, there were people who were scared of me. There were people who were trying to intimidate me. There were, you know, people who really didn't want, like if I went to a restaurant or I went to a shop, quite often I would get evil looks and people really not wanting me to be there, all that kind of stuff. I've been through all that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I've done all that before. Um, I learned a lot from that. Yeah, yeah. See, the demons, they think that they can have all these people have me out, have me outnumbered, have like thousands of people who hate me. They think, they'll criticize me, call me a liar, all this kind of stuff. And I'm talking local area stuff, right? Um, people know what I look like. Um, yeah, and it's not going to stop me from telling the truth. I'm God, and people are bitter about the fact that I'm God. That's all it is. That's what it amounts to. I'm God, and you don't like that fact. You're bitter about it. Fake support you. I mean, go on YouTube. I mean, if you're watching this video, you're already on YouTube. How much support do I have? Do you think I have any? Do you see any support? Are those 65 subscribers I have, do you think they're there to support me or mock me? They treat me like a clown show. Think of the people who got 50,000 subscribers, or 100,000 subscribers, or 1,000,000 subscribers, or 50 million subscribers. What kind of support do these people have? Fake support. What kind of support do you have? Fake support. Spiritually trying to attack you. See, I think a lot of people, they seem to get, how many people do you think God wants to save? Or how many people do you think are good people who God wants to save and take to heaven? What would you how would you think God would judge the world? Do you think God would be like, yeah, you know what, all those guys on YouTube and people on YouTube and all those singers and rock stars, they're all cool, man. Yeah, I love them. Do you think is that your view of the world? Is it? Probably. Yeah, it probably is. It's because you're really dumb. You've been lulled into a false sense of security. Because the fact is that, you have all these rich people who are Freemasons and, like TV personalities, movie stars, rock stars, music stars, whatever, all that shit. They're not, whatever. But, they want to, there's so many of them that will claim to have a connection with God, me. They'll claim to have a relationship with God. Like, oh yeah, God blessed me with these billions of dollars. Yeah, God loves me. That's why I've got all this money. That's total horseshit. And people buy into it. They're like, yeah, that must be why they're so rich. That's why they're so spiritually gifted. Blah 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 blah. No, all they are. Those people, they're witches. Using witchcraft and lies to get what they want. I mean, yeah, they might have, some talent. They might be able to sing. They might be able to play a guitar or something, or maybe they can act. Yeah. Ooh, trust no one. That was on the bottom of the deck. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I don't know any. I don't know any flesh bodies that I can trust. I don't trust anybody except the good spirits that are around me.
Um, I mean, that's the thing, right? A lot of people, they see that I don't have any support. They don't see my support. But they don't see the spirits. They don't see the spirits. But they're around me. Are you telling me that I don't have any support? Oh, I have support. Yeah, I do. Um, you can't see them though. That's the thing. Okay, get some more cards. Can't say these. Trying to defame your name. What a shocker. Others are noticing their bullshit lies. But that's the thing, right? If you're going to lie about me, eventually you'll get exposed. And people will see how your lies don't make any sense. I mean, you know, your lies can't stand against my truth. It doesn't work. Anyway, they envy your skills and talents. They see your true potential and are threatened by it. Well, you know, if you're some tart who wants to, you know, it's really interesting because, you know, tarot, the word tart is in tarot. Yeah. Maybe that's why you're such a tart. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. Now, I didn't come to this world wanting to have enemies. I didn't. I came to this world with a lot of enemies, and that's how it's been. And all I can do is deal with it. All I can do is try to fix that problem. And people have tried very hard to prevent me from doing that. I mean, when I was growing up, you know, I had friends that I would hang out with, party with, and but you know, I figured out those people weren't worth anything to me. I figured out that they really didn't care about my suffering because I went through a lot of hard times, and when I struggled, people, you know, they really didn't have, you know, there was no help. You know, there was very little help, and very little understanding as well. Very judgmental people. You know, it was mostly about getting drunk, doing drugs, and partying. You know, that's basically all it was ever about. And and getting close to me because of my energy. And you know, the more I hung around energy vampires, the worse things got for me. the more drained I felt, the more, it just felt like my life was. I just felt so fatigued by being around those people. Um, and I know why. I know why that is. And they never really liked me. Whenever I had those friends, I always felt like, especially after I left boarding school, when I was living in Brighton, and the guys, the people I used to be friends with then, I always felt like, I always felt like I was being used. I always felt like I didn't really belong around them. Yeah. I always felt like there was something not quite right. Anyway. I need this to progress. Like I want, ow. I wasn't scratching my balls. I was scratching my wrist. um, um, I mean, this is the thing, right? You're doing. So I've gone through all these cards, and it's telling me that you're trying to destiny swap with me. You don't like me. You basically you want to be me, but you're not me. You don't like me. You want to take everything from me, but you don't want to have anything to do. You don't want to have a relationship with me. You want my blessings. That's basically what you want. You want to be blessed by me without loving me. And so basically what you're doing is a bunch of sorcery against me, and you're hating on me. You're hating me for being me. I am who I am. I can't change who I am. I am who I am. I'm God. Why would I want to change that anyway? When I found out that I'm God, I was amazed. I was like, whoa. I mean, it took me about a year to totally accept it. It started, at first I thought I was an angel, some type of angel. Basically, because I got surrounded by spirits, and because of the things that I saw, I knew there had to be something important about me, whether whether it's if I'm a good angel or I'm an evil angel. I couldn't figure out. I was like, well, who am I? Like, if that, if these things have happened to me, then surely there must be something. I'm like, am I mentioned in the Bible? Is there something important about me that makes me different from other people because of what happened to me? Like, I saw demons with my eyes. I mean, I've seen shit like I've explained before, and people never believed. I saw things that would terrify people, absolutely terrify people. Things that are paranormal. That's what you would call paranormal, or supernatural or something, right? And I,
So, in 2019, I was like, wow, I must be like an angel or something, or a demon maybe, or I don't know, like something. Like, what the heck's happening to me? And after a while, I used to think, oh, maybe I'm Archangel Michael. That's actually Moses. Moses is Archangel Michael. That's what he tells me. So, and then I got to the idea, well, am I Jesus? And then I'm like, okay, I'm Jesus then. And I'm like, does that mean that I'm God then? And anyway, it took me, and it would go months and months and months, and sometimes I would get freaked out, and I would turn around and I'd be like, no, I can't believe this. I can't believe that I'm believing this. This is blasphemy. And I went through that a few times. Like, it really messed with me. Like, I was really, I would cry about it and stuff like that. And I get freaked out. Like, because, at the end of the day, if I'm not God and I'm claiming to be God, then I'm a liar. I mean, obviously I have to go to bed and lie down, obviously, but, if I'm claiming to be God and I'm not God, well, I'm going to be in a lot of trouble. Alright. I'm going to be in a hell of a lot of trouble. But that's not the case. I know who I am. I'm good. My power. I know my power. I see my power. I feel it. Every time I look at a video or watch watch anything, anytime I look at the world, I can tell by how the world behaves. The world treats me like I'm God, but it hates me. I see a world that envies me, it hates me, it wants to copy me, impersonate me, annoy the shit out of me, harass me. All I see are demons that hate me everywhere. And they all want to give me the evil eye and shit like that, and stalk me and talk about me and talk shit about me, make fun of me, try to drive me insane. It's because I'm God. And the world hates me. I wish things could have been a bit easier. I really wish they could have been easier for me, but you know what? I live forever. So once this problem is solved, that's it. It's done. Right? I might be suffering, I might be feeling like crap, blah, blah, blah. But once the problem's solved, it's solved. And how long is that for? Oh, eternity. Forever. Yeah, that's a really, 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 really long well, it's time without end, isn't it? There's no end to that time. Yeah. So, it might be really hard for me to get through this. It has been very hard. But once it's done, it's done. And then I can relax. And I can do what I want to do. Yeah? And then all my haters, well, guess what's going to happen to them? They're all going to be either dead or enslaved. So, think of it this way. You've been my hater. Okay? You're going to be my slave or you'll die. One or the other, right? If you're my hater, if you've been hating me, you're trying to ruin my life, trying to force shit on me and trying to annoy me and harass me, well, there's only a few things that can happen, really. Your life will fall apart, you'll die you'll have a horrible, miserable life that will lead to death and destruction. Or, maybe you want to be a useful slave. You want to have, you could be my slave, and have a good relationship with me at the same time. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could have a better situation, or, you know, I'm basically saying, you know, you're almost at the end of your journey to the you know, you're basically, you know, you're basically walking straight into the lake of fire, and I'm like, hold on a minute, do you want to be my slave? That's basically what the situation is, right? I'm basically saying, you can be useful to me, but you know, that's what we're talking about here, right? You know, you can be a useful butt or not, you know. You know, you really, really, if you had any sense, there's no, um, you know, it should be a total no-brainer, right? Whatever that's supposed to mean, but you know, it shouldn't be a hard decision to make. Like you're you don't really have much of an option, really. You either have a horrible destruction, or you can obey me and be useful to me, but with the understanding that you have a debt to pay off, a big debt to pay off. And how long that takes for you to pay it off? Well, it could take a very long time. How long? I don't know. But at the end of the day, you got two choices: burn in hell or be my slave. And, you know, you will have to make that choice. You know, the actions, the things that you do every day, your thoughts, your words, your actions will indicate where you're going. So, you know, all I can do is leave you to it, and eventually you'll arrive at one destination or another. So, you know, what more is there for me to say? You know, when you're ready, you know, you'll message me and you'll say, I'm sorry, please forgive me. And, you know, at that point, I can organize making use of you. Otherwise, you're going a different direction. And that's it. Okay? That's really all this video is about, really. Reminding you of who you are, what you are, and who you're not. And that's me. You're not me. You're not God. And how you need to, well, I'm trying to advise you your best course of action. So, oh, I've got a deck. It's a very interesting deck, actually. It's from, I bought it. It's a South Korean deck, and it comes with a guidebook. I think for my next reading, I might use it. I mean, I could use it now. Oh, that's going to be a total mission doing that. Oh. So basically, what the deck is about is, well, it's like, I think it's like, it's Korean royalty.
It's, you know, it's sort of the cards. They talk about, you know, old Korean royalty and, you know, things like what, you know, wives of the emperor and concubines, and, you know, women who live different lives and do different things. You know, they so it has various different stories, but, you know, it basically it it uh, it has cards for that, so it's quite an interesting deck. Um, should I do it now? Okay, I'll do it now. Hang on. Okay, almost there. Hang on. Okay. So, I've got this deck of cards here. Pink cards. Okay, first card. Can you see that? So it's like a woman and a guy in bed. And it's number... Oh, it's card number 12. That's interesting, isn't it? Card number 12. Well, that's my number, isn't it? Number 12. What the hell is this? Shit. Alright, where the no, it's not that one. Okay, so card number 12. Oh, what the fuck? Where's the English? Oh, here it is. Okay, so what does it say about card number 12 then? It says dreams different in the same bed. So it's basically, it's two people and they're having different dreams. Or they basically, you know, these two people who are sleeping in the same bed, but they've got different wants. Okay, they've got different dreams. So this is all written by, you know, a Korean, so the English is terrible. It doesn't really explain it very well. Well, it's a very complicated story as well. But basically, there's like this woman and a guy, and she's like a Gisa Eng or something like that. I don't know what is that. She's like some sort of prostitute. I think she's like some sort of prostitute, basically. But basically, or I don't know, or she like some royalty. She's some type of. She's called a Gisa Eng, right? And she's sleeping with this guy in his bed, but they're not actually doing anything. So this is what I said. Remember what I said about you park your car next to my car, but then, you know, you're basically using magic that you're basically pretending like we sleep together, right? So you're basically like this. You're basically pretending you're that woman sleeping in my bed, but you're not, right? And this card is basically described as like, you know, these two people are in the same bed together. They sleep together for like 13 days or something like that. 13 nights. And, you know, they've got different ideas. They've got different wants. They don't want to, you know, there's nothing happening between them. There's no affection between them. Go on, take that. That's. Oh, I'll tell you what. Give this a good shuffle.
Next card. Card number 43. Okay, so there's some guy on a horse and there's some woman. Okay. 43. Okay, so what does this say here? Object of ridicule. So this is what it says at the top. It says object of ridicule. So someone's an object of ridicule. I guess that's, well, do you think I'm the object of ridicule? Obviously. But then I also think you're the object of ridicule. I mean, that it's really that you are the object of ridicule. It's just that you don't know it. You don't know it yet. Oh, this is very interesting. So I'll read this to what this says, right? It says, Park Sa-eng, a member of the Joseon envoys who were dispatched to Ming 4 times a year, was lecherous despite his ugly appearance. He often played with different women every time at every corner where the envoys stayed. The group, who had been pathetic about Park, planned together and picked out a young and beautiful man among the Confucian scholars. His name was Myung-hyo, and the envoys dressed up Myung-hyo and sat him among the Gisaengs. When Park Sa-eng saw Myung-hyo, he fell in love with Myung-hyo's beauty and was anxious to win his heart, even leaving behind the other Gisaeng he loved at the time. I think it's supposed to say she. Yeah, I think it's, he's the one who thinks she's beautiful, basically. And was anxious to win her heart, even leaving behind the other Gisaeng, because the Gisaeng are women he loved at the time. That night, Park Sa-eng was shocked to find out that Myung-hyo was a man only after they entered the room and lay down together. Oh shit. Wait, hang on. What the fuck? I'm so confused. Okay, so Myung-hyo. Oh, what the fuck? The group who had been pathetic about Park. Well, what's that talking about? Do you know what I mean? I mean, you obviously, take the parts that resonate. Yeah? Fucking hell. His name is Park. His name is Park Sa-eng. P-A-R-K. And his surname is S-A-E-N-G. Park Sa-eng. Or Park Sang. Or however you say it. So Park Sa-eng saw Myung-hyo. He fell in love with Myung-hyo's beauty and was anxious to win her heart, but it turns out Myung-hyo is actually a man. It says that night Park Sa-eng was shocked to find out that Myung-hyo was a man only after they entered the room and lay down together. The group of envoys had to leave the village the next day, and Myung-hyo, who was in his original Confucian scholar costume, teased Park Sa-eng, who tried to climb the horse, saying, "How can you leave me easily after having fun all night?" while pulling the sleeve of Park. So it says here, hint, Everyone is performing a play to tease to tease an insignificant person. Detail. In historical records, there were also quite a few men as beautiful as women. Beauty is the greatest interest for everyone, regardless of era. How to apply, it says, a man who tried to harass a woman using his position became an object of ridicule in front of everyone. The confidence that thinks he himself will be popular with all women without knowing his ugly appearance is even uglier. Even the same gender, Myung-hyo was trying to join it and humiliate him. So, it's a very interesting card about a man called Park Sa-eng. And there's this woman or man, and, he basically. Do you know what I'm saying? So, does this not. I mean, this is how magic works, right? I mean, obviously, you've got to see the truth in the details, right? You've got to see the truth that is in these cards. What's this about, right? The Chariot. Because that's the bed. The bed is called Chariot. Yeah? The Chariot is also a car. There's these two people that don't really seem to be getting along together. And then here's Park Sa-eng. Do you know what I mean? Like, what more do you want? Can you not see the message that's trying to come through? I mean, the fact is that people treat me like an object of ridicule. Whether or not, the guy, whoever's parking there, is it a man? Is it a woman? I'm fairly certain it's a young woman. Do you know what I mean? But I think you can ignore that part of the story, right? Not every detail in these cards is relevant. It's just trying to point something out. Okay? I mean, do I need any more cards than that? I'll get one more, but I'm going to roll a cigarette first. You know what I'm saying? I mean, how can you not recognize what's happening here? Are you blind? Are you stupid? I mean, it's the thing, right? Maybe you think I'm ugly. Maybe you think, well, you probably do. You probably do. Yeah. But in reality, the thing is, it's because I'm God more than anything. That's the reason why I'm hated so much. Even if I was a good-looking guy. If I was. If I was the best looking guy on planet Earth, people would still be saying, oh yeah, there's something wrong about that guy. Yeah, we don't like him. Because that's what the world is like to me. It always is. It really wouldn't matter if I was, if I was really good looking or not. It does, the world would still give me a lot of problems. People would get jealous of me, and they'd, if I was a really good looking guy, probably someone would try to fucking smash my face in or throw acid at me or something. I mean, because people get jealous, they hate me, they fucking hate me, and they want to destroy me. That's the truth. That's what people try to do to me. They want to see me disintegrate. They want to see me fall apart. They want me to be ugly. I mean, that's the thing. I think to myself, I really wish I was better looking. I wish I was. I wish I was. And, I hope in the future, I feel a lot better about that. Like, Yeah, there'll probably be a time when I feel good looking again. There probably will be. When, I don't know. But that's the thing, right? I mean, people are horribly unfair to me. That's the truth. People are horribly unfair to me. They always have been. And I can't, whether or not you think I'm attractive or not, I don't care. And that's not what's important. Okay? What's important is the fact that I'm God. And I created the world. I created you. You exist because I allowed you to exist. But I don't have to allow you to exist. If I don't want you to exist, you will cease to exist. If you have no purpose except to harm me, then you will cease to exist. Okay? You trying to destiny swap with me isn't going to work. Get that through your thick skull. Excuse me. Okay. One more card. Maybe two. Whoa. Okay. 21. 21. Okay. So, 21. What does that say? Disadvantageous position. Okay, so it says here, Gisaeng Takmuna became a maid servant of the government of Jinhai when her first husband's plot of treason was uncovered. She was beautiful, so Gang Yangon Yi Chuk took her as his concubine. Fuck off, you bitch. Sorry, I was talking to Mary. Okay. However, Yun Yunro, who was the center of power at the time, heard Yi Chuk's concubine is beautiful and took her away. Yun Yunro, who gathered wealth by exploiting ordinary people, built a house for Takmuna and seemed to be nice to her. But after a few years, he quickly became tired of her, got a new concubine, and mistreated Takmuna. When Yun Yunro tried to extort the house he had given to her, Takmuna visited Sahyonbu, the Ministry of Justice of Joseon, and accused Yun of the immoral market behaviors he had committed. However, King Seongjong did not believe Yun Yunro's suspicion and punished Takmuna for betraying her previous head of household. Her accusation and trial lasted for 6 months, but in the end, Yun Yunro went unpunished. So this is the thing, right? Because there's this woman, Takmuna, and she's with this guy, Yun Yunro, and that man had Takmuna as a concubine. And, the idea of the card is that, she got used as a concubine, and then he got bored of her, mistreated her, and got another concubine. So it says here, hint, it would be hard to resolve your injustice because it is not the right moment. How to apply. No matter how unfair you feel and complain to a government office, it will be disadvantaged if you did not meet the proper times and relationships. Life is so subtle that many people who have been harmed often took the guilt upon. This kind of situation is called unlucky. Love is luck, and life is luck too. It says here, detail, the status of women, especially concubines, was so low that they were difficult to be legally protected. So basically, what this is saying is what you are, young woman, is you are basically a concubine on the loose. Yeah, you're my concubine on the loose. So you're basically going about what you want to do, but you're actually. How does spirit see you? The spirit realm sees you as my concubine, basically. And you're trying to run away. So, your luck, you're not going to have any. Your luck is, you can either return to your master, you understand, I'm master, you're concubine, or find yourself lost. Okay. Get one more card. These cards are really fun, aren't they? I mean, the English they're quite hard cards to get through, but fascinating stories. I don't use it very often. Okay, so number 13. Not sure what's going on there, but it's, there's some sort of gathering. Someone's eating some food. There's a man, there's a woman. See that woman? She's next to a man. He's got his arm around her shoulder. And that woman, she's got something in her hand. It looks like a bowl of rice or something like that. Anyways, number 13. What does it say here? True taste of life. So it says here, in the past, a Gisaeng who lived in Lysion married a salt seller. Lysion is now the area of Gumi, Gyeongsangbuk-do, and was the center of commerce, where the boats of salt merchants traveled. Then the other Gisaengs in town spoke ill of her, saying she had acted disgracefully by selling herself to money. Selling herself for money or something like that. It says the Gisaeng who married the salt seller held a big feast to clear her name. and she did not use salt at all in foods. When people gathered at the feast, they said, "The foods are not salty enough." She said, "I am having a feast today because I became the wife of a salt seller. Please understand that I did not use salt because I was afraid that my sin would become heavier." People replied, "Salt is the root of every taste. The salt trade is the most noble among any other businesses," and apologized and praised the Gisaeng's witty response. So it says here, hint, the person of substance wins. How to apply: rather than living a life of a Gisaeng who lives like a flower and falls in vain, she opened her eyes to reality early and chose the best spouse who suits her. It was not a luck that was acquired by accident, but a firm values and plan. The woman realized in advance that life tastes like salt. Detail: at that time, salt was so valuable that it was the nation's monopoly goods. So it was a very salt. This is talking of in a time when salt was a very, it was a commodity. It was a very well, it was an important commodity, right? I suppose it still is as well, but more so back then. So she got married to this guy who was a salt seller. So so there's these these Gisaengs, these women who are speaking ill of that woman, saying she sold herself for she married the salt merchant for money, basically. I'm not sure who the salt merchant is supposed to be in this case. Is it me or someone else? Okay, so apparently this is actually talking about some other guy. It seems like you want to marry a guy who has a lot of money. Well, I have quite a lot of money, but obviously you want to marry a guy who's got plenty of money, basically. You want to marry a guy for money, something like that. Okay. I mean, that's the thing. If you marry someone for all the wrong reasons, do you think that's going to lead you to happiness? Do you really think that's going to lead you to happiness? I don't think so. Yeah. You'd be simply just making the same mistake that lots of other people make. Okay. Get another card. $38. Okay. So it says here, devoting love. Litahong was a beautiful Gisaeng of Gyeomsan, Chungcheongdo. As she was a woman and even a Gisaeng, she could not work as a government official. So she had a wish that she would meet an outstanding husband and help him become a great man. In the same village, there lived a man named Shim He Su in a noble family, who lost his father early and could not ease the sadness. So he was known as a troublemaker. However, Litahong saw the extraordinary inside him and visited his home and asked Shim He Su's mother for a permission of leading her son to a precious path if she let her. Sorry. Mary really likes to get me in the throat right there. Her ghost she keeps rubbing up against my throat. So it always makes me cough. It's fucking annoying. It really pisses me off. So it says here, afterwards, Litahong helped Shim He Su to concentrate on his studies, and he finally passed the state examination. She refused the position of Shim He Su's lawful wife and remained as a concubine for the reason of her status, keeping her fidelity. One can guess how much Shim He Su loved her. Says here, if there is a man who grows up according to the wishes of a woman who believes in and takes care of his personality, it is a truly beautiful relationship and compatibility. If there is joy and worth at the end of the struggle, it is a successful life. Like Princess Pyongyang, who recognized Ondal, she was a woman who noticed the man early. So, I don't know what the fuck that is. It's a very confusing story. So there was a man called Shim He Su who lost his father early and could not ease the sadness. So I think the idea about Shim He Su is that he's a sad man, right? I'm a sad man. I'm God. I'm sad. And it says, so he was known as a troublemaker. Or I guess you could say, what does troublemaker mean? I mean, what is, trouble? I suppose, the world sees me as a troublemaker. I guess it does, doesn't it? I'm God. It says, Litahong saw the extraordinary inside him and visited his home and asked Shim He Su's mother for a permission of leading her son to a precious path if she let her. So she helps Shim He Su concentrate on his studies, and he passes his exam. She refused the position of Shim He Su's lawful wife and remained as a concubine for the reason of her status, keeping her fidelity. Whatever that's supposed to mean. Like, isn't he supposed to, if she was a... Or maybe, I don't know, whatever. So I don't know what that's really trying to say. But the fact is that I'm God. If you live your life in service to me, help me, then that's good for you. Do you not get that? Do you not understand that having a relationship with me, it means, growing as an individual? You need to put me first, my happiness first. That's the thing. Right? That's what this is about. I'm giving you the opportunity to Put me first. Give me what I want. Plain and simple. Okay? You know, have some concern for me. Love me. Put me first. What, you know, my life is important. You know, you haven't been, the way you behave as if my life, you behave like I'm to be discarded, that I'm trash, that I'm nothing, that I'm a piece of shit on the side of the road. But what you need to do is you need to care for me and love me and make amends, you know? Like, you need to do the right thing. So, you know, I get one more card, and that's it. I'm not going to do it. I can't keep reading these cards. It's too much for me. Okay. 17. Okay, 17. So there's some woman in the woods collecting some food or something like that. 17. Where's 17? Fuck off, bitch. Right, so what's it say here? Taken love. Ma Hua was a Gisaeng who lived in Pyongyang in the late Joseon dynasty. Ma Hua was born in Goksan, Hwanghae-do, and was famous for her beautiful appearance, excellent Gyagium performance skills. So she was a performer, and her talent for writing poems. She has been involved with a lot of high-ranking officials, including Yu Chun-saek, who was appointed as the ruler of a province of Pyongyang. At first, Yu Chun-saek seduced her by comparing her to plum blossoms. Excuse me. And they fell in love for a while. Soon after, however, he took interest in Chun Seol, a younger and prettier Gisaeng, and Ma Hua was caught up in jealousy. The poem she left shows that the plum blossoms that appear in the beginning are the expression of real flowers and herself in dual meaning. In addition, so in the last part of the poem is also a word game using the name of other Gisaeng. Yeah, so it says here, rather than considering it as a true love, this is a situation in which one realizes his or her place by an unexpected rival. No matter how beautiful and talented she is, love withers and fades after time, and flies away like a butterfly to find a new love. Hint, the moment of realizing that a man's heart does not last forever. Detail, plum blossoms were especially loved by poets and painters due to their spirit of blooming in cold winter weather. So, you know, there are lessons contained within these card stories, okay? So, you know, Spirit wants you to know and recognize these stories, okay? Now, the fact is that, you know, I'm kind of directing my conversation towards one particular woman, but, you know, in actual fact, you know, I'm talking to any pretty young woman who think they would like to be in service to me, basically. I mean, the fact is that there are a lot of young women, you know, I would be interested in, I'm sure. You know, and there are a lot of them that have debt to me. Do you understand? Like, there are a lot. I mean, the fact is that, you know, like I said, I've explained for hours now what the problems are, okay? You can either accept what I'm saying, or you'll be, you know, you're going to be replaced. You know what I mean? You know, maybe there'll be another woman out there. Maybe there'll be another young woman
another young pretty lady is going to realize that she can fill your shoes, right? She can, she'd want to be my concubine, basically. Yeah. Do you hear what I'm saying? Like what I'm saying is, when I say you're going to the lake of fire, eternal damnation, right? People, I tell people that, but they don't seem to be very concerned about it. Anyway, if you figured out that's a bad thing, then, and you want to do something about it, well, you can, I've made my offer, right? I've made my offer. Concubine, return to the house. You know what I'm saying? But that's basically what this is, right? That's what you will be. You don't deserve to be my wife. You don't love me. You fucking hate me. You want me dead. You deserve to be my slave at best. If you change your mind now. If you change your mind, if you think to yourself, no, I don't want to go in the lake of fire and burn forever, so maybe I'll be God's slave instead. God's concubine. What do you want? You might not like the sound of the concubine thing, but, it might not be as bad as you think. But you definitely know that going into the lake of fire for the rest of eternity, well, that's definitely not better, is it? So make your choice, crazy woman. I don't have to do anything else. I've told you, I've explained it to you, okay? What more do I have to say? How many more cards do I have to shuffle? How much shit do I have to post on Facebook and YouTube for you to get the message through your thick skull? Yeah? I don't need to come out and be confrontational with you. If you're gonna fuck around, if you're gonna do lots of dumb things, you'll do lots of dumb things until you can't do any more dumb things anymore, because Spirit will take care of you. Spirit will deal with you. Spirit will ensure justice happens, okay? My spirit team is ensuring justice happens, okay? It might take a little time for things to happen. But that's it. So I've got my rainbow deck here. I've got my if you made it this far to this point in the video, got some rainbow cards. Ooh, well, they're called prism cards. Ooh, I haven't used these for a long time. Hang on. These are quite fun cards, these. Okay. Any other anything? Oh, what's this? Magic. Magic.
cities. Okay, and then we got love. Magic love. Ooh. Abundance. Creativity. Yeah, that's an interesting combination of cards. Yeah. Oh, reflection on the bottom there. And then we got rejection. Rejection. We got peace. So that's a dove. Cleanse. Warning. Was it? Oh, caution. Frustration. And then we go intuition. I mean, this is the thing, right? Because your intuition is hate me, right? I'm saying, you know, I mean, it's the thing. You're like, you're totally opposed. You know, what I mean, that's the thing. You're always turning away from me. Stop turning away from me. You know, realize that there are evil voices. You have evil thoughts in your head. Stop listening to evil thoughts about me. You need to deal with that. You know, you need to turn to me, not away from me. And we're not talking about where you park your car. Okay? Consciousness. Whatever that is. Ooh. Anxiety. Protection. So what the heck is this talking about then? So, magic, love, abundance, creativity, rejection, peace, cleanse, caution, frustration, intuition, consciousness, anxiety, protection. Well, the magic, the love, and the abundance and the creativity is, this, what's this all about? People are, lots of people are trying to do magic because they want money and sex. What am I doing, like on Facebook? Well, the thing is, I'm trying to break all these magic spells that people are doing. Because they're doing them all against me. They're trying to attack me. They're trying to steal from me what belongs to me. And, what are you doing? Well, when you force your way into my life by what you're doing, and hating on me, and you're basically you're working for the darkness, and you're hoping for the darkness to reward you for all your evil ways. Anyway, rejection, peace, cleanse. So, it seems to me like you're rejecting, you don't want to have peace with me, you don't want to be purified, you don't want to submit to God, you don't want to submit to me. It says here, caution, frustration, intuition, consciousness, anxiety, protection. So, the thing is, you have issues, and you have issues. Yeah. Hey, what's the problem? You don't trust me? You don't trust me? You don't believe that I'm God? Okay, so you don't believe that I'm God. What do I, well, I've done so many things. Why my Facebook page and all the videos and all the things I've talked about and all the things, I guess you could say, manifested, all the things that I've done, if there isn't enough evidence for you, then I don't know what more I can do. What the hell am I supposed to do? I mean, first of all, you need to realize you're a total hoe. You are. You're a hoe. You're a money-loving hoe. And you cannot sit there and say to people that God would love you. Like, why would God love you? Why would God want you to go to heaven? You're crazy, you're materialistic, you're disrespectful, you're rude, you're nasty. Yeah, there's a long list of words. Careless. At the very least, you should change your ways and realize how wrong you are. Fuck. What else can I say? What do you want me to do? Make a plane fall out of the sky? Another one? Do you know how many planes have been falling out of the sky in the last few years? Do you remember? Were you paying any attention when those happened? When I said that planes would be falling out of the sky, and then there was a month where there must have been like 10 planes fell out of the fucking sky. Do you remember that? No, you don't remember that? Or maybe you just think I'm a crazy wizard who's just murdering people, getting on airplanes, making them fall out of the sky, and God's just watching me do it while you are a hoe, basically, doing what you want to fucking do and making fun of me. Yeah, that makes perfect sense, yeah. Yep. So what else do we want to talk about here then? Okay, so energy, anger, energy, anger, energy, anger. Intuition. Rejection. Pain. So, you know, that's the thing. Spirit is trying to communicate with you and you reject. I mean, I listen to, you know, people who are, you know, they call themselves, you know, spiritualists, or, you know, they're tarot card readers. They say they listen to spirit, but they are actually, they're, you know, they're always, they've always got their back turned to the good spirits. They're always, they are opposed. They are opposed to my spirit. They reject my voice. They reject my, well, that's it. They reject my voice. That's what they do. And you're the same. You reject my voice. We got ideation. But this, you know, the thing is that I mean, that's the thing. You know, Jesus said, you know, my sheep hear my voice. And, you know, the other thing that was said, well, you know, there's the sheep and then there are the goats. And so, you know, what you are, you're a goat. Okay? You're a goat. You know, I can still make use of you. Do you understand? You know, you're a bad goat. But I could use, you know, I wouldn't, you know, you could, you know, I could still use you. If I can't use you, then you're simply, you're you know, what if you have no purpose? I created you and you have no purpose. Is that what you want to be? You want to have no purpose? Then, you know, you'll be, well, you know, that's the thing. There's the wheat and there's the tares. And the tares, well, they get burned. Right? You're going to burn. You know, you're obviously, you know, you are where you are. You know, you like a certain type of guy. You like money. You like materialist shit and all that stuff, and doing what, you know, trying to destiny swap with me and blah de blah. You know, if you can't get from where you are to me to where I need you to be, then, you know, I can't help you. You know, there's nothing I can do for you. You're a tear. You're literally, well, you are. You will get destroyed. I can't say it any other way, really, can I? It will happen to you. And, you know, maybe I'll hear about it. You know, maybe someone will mention it or something like that. I don't know. Or maybe I'll notice your car's gone. I don't know. But, you know, if you run away from me, then, you know, you're running away from life. Because I'm the one who can give you life, and if you run away from me, there's no more life for you. So, it's really simple. I mean, why do you believe in God? She doesn't believe in God. Okay, so you don't believe in God, but you believe in witches and wizards, do you? So you're saying that the universe created itself and that the universe is just freely handing out energy to anybody who asks for it. Yeah, that source of energy, where does it come from? Where does that will that magic power come from, do you think? Just out of thin air. Energy, anger, intuition, rejection, pain. So this is the thing, right? Because, going from where you are, if you come to me, then when if you accept who I am, and you accept that what you are and what you're not, well, you're gonna be going through some pain. You are gonna experience pain, and that's really what you're doing is you're trying to avoid the unavoidable. I mean, that's the thing, right? I mean, that's kind of the beauty of this situation, is that I'm God. From my perspective, I am God, and the world hates me and wants to avoid me. But I am unavoidable. That's the thing. And that's why you'll never, ever defeat me. Because I'm the source of all power, and I'm unavoidable. And so you can keep, if you keep trying to run from, if you keep trying to reject me, and you keep trying, it's like ripping off the band-aid, ripping off the plaster or whatever, right? Sometimes people have to go through painful things, and you simply have to accept that you have to go through it to get better. If you don't, then you'll only find yourself in a very, the situation will be a lot worse for you. So, I'm tired of sounding like a broken record. I really am. Excuse me. I drink these things every single fucking day. When I was a van driver, I used to drink 2 or 3 of these every day. Terrible stuff. Monster. He's a monster. Well, it can be, I suppose. I mean, I'm God. I can do, if that's the mood I'm in, that's the mood I'm in. So, a couple more cards, and then I'll have to finish it. I mean, it's been 5 hours and 10 minutes so far. So, I mean, it's. I mean, you can't say I haven't tried to get through to you. I've been trying to do it for a long time. So, you got here balance, magic, balance, magic. When I split the deck there, I saw love and protection. So yeah, it was love and protection. So, I mean, this is the thing. You've been doing a lot of bad magic against me. And I'm not talking about, wearing a witch's hat and having a fucking cauldron and going, putting in fucking bat wings or whatever. I'm not talking about that. It's your words, it's your thoughts, it's your actions. Partially obstructing my driveway. That's magic. Okay? You have to balance out the bad shit you've done. Okay? You have to balance